Liderar a transformação. Ter coragem para desbravar novos caminhos. Ser pioneiro.
Essa é a energia da Petrobras há 70 anos.
Uma energia que está em quem faz parte dessa história. E é com essa energia que vamos liderar uma nova jornada, a da transição energética. Porque a gente sabe a importância de pensar no hoje.
Mas também sabe que é importante pensar no amanhã.
Porque quando a gente coloca a nossa energia em pesquisa e inovação, novas tecnologias viram novas fontes de energia. Quando a gente coloca energia nas pessoas, diversidade vira respeito, vira inclusão. E quando a gente coloca energia em dar o nosso melhor, o melhor acontece. No presente e no futuro, com uma transição energética justa.
Liderar uma transformação desse tamanho começa com uma energia.
A sua, a nossa. Petrobras, 70 anos. O Brasil é a nossa energia. Brasil, união e reconstrução.
In cities around the world, the promise of prosperity is under threat, with populations growing and resources pushed to their limits. Leaving us with the question, what will it take to create carbon-neutral, livable cities of the future? Explore how your city can benefit from urban resilience.
Um dos maiores e mais diversos biomas do mundo, com papel central no combate ao aquecimento global e às mudanças climáticas. O Bradesco está presente em todos os municípios da região amazônica promovendo inclusão. Na grande maioria, é a única instituição financeira a fornecer o serviço bancário. Essa atuação também está a bordo do barco Voyager, uma agência flutuante que atende moradores de comunidades remotas ao longo do Rio Solimões. No bioma Amazônia, o Bradesco é parte da vida dos ribeirinhos, provendo educação financeira, estímulo ao empreendedorismo, apoio às culturas sustentáveis. A Fundação Bradesco leva educação de qualidade à Amazônia por meio de 11 escolas físicas e também pela escola virtual. Apoiar a inclusão, o desenvolvimento e a preservação. Fazer diferença na vida das comunidades e das pessoas está no nosso propósito. Porque entre nós, você vem primeiro. Bradesco.
A energia da Equinor está em linha com a mudança, buscando energia mais limpa, alinhando eficiência com fontes renováveis, em linha com a inovação e com a diversidade. Nossa energia está em linha com um futuro melhor. A energia da Equinor.
Já parou para pensar para onde vai a nossa energia? A nossa energia incentiva descobertas, conquistas, promove inovações e gera encontros. E tão importante quanto descobrir para onde ela vai é saber de onde ela vem. Shell, energia que vem da gente.
Life is about balance. Balance between individual wants, collective needs, and the demands of our planet. But forget sacrifice or compromise. We combine the essential, the desirable, and the sustainable to ensure all life on Earth has what it wants and what it needs. At DSM Firmenich, we make delicious, nutritious food more accessible to all. We help farmers thrive within nature's limits. We enrich staple foods to improve the health of millions. And we create fine fragrances that boost concentration, creativity, and mood. It's complex stuff, but the outcome is simple. We enrich life for the many while nurturing it for all. Our two companies form a single force for good, full of life in all its glory, as innovators in nutrition, health, and beauty. Together, we bring progress to life. Together, we are DSM Firmenich.
A JBS nasceu há 70 anos no interior do Brasil, alimentando sonhos e a realização deles. E foi alimentando o sonho brasileiro de ser uma empresa global que hoje a JBS é a maior empresa do mundo em seu setor. Produz em 16 países, está nos pratos em milhares de lares pelo mundo. Mas suas raízes estão no Brasil, onde alimenta crescimento, alimenta geração de empregos para os 151 mil colaboradores, alimenta sustentabilidade para fazer cada vez mais com menos, alimenta tecnologia para tirar o máximo de cada proteína e até criar novas. Alimenta o mundo, alimenta o Brasil, alimenta você. JBS, há 70 anos, alimentando o que alimenta o mundo.
O presente nunca nos impôs tantos desafios
como os trazidos pelas mudanças climáticas
que afetam a agricultura.
E como superar os desafios?
E, ao mesmo tempo, manter a produção sustentável de alimentos em um mundo em constante crescimento?
Para a Syngenta, a resposta começa no solo, que é a base de tudo.
Nossas tecnologias e soluções contribuem diretamente para que os agricultores cuidem da terra.
Desde herbicidas que promovem práticas como o plantio direto,
até programas para recuperação de áreas degradadas,
como o Reverte, e parcerias que corroborem nossa missão de expandir a agricultura positiva.
Esse é o compromisso Syngenta.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back. I think before we start the second portion of the Sustainable Congress, do you remember the dynamics when we talk about the words in artificial intelligence? Let's see how they're coming out. Let's see what you created. Well, very futuristic, isn't it? Yes, it is. Do you recognize yourselves in these pictures? Biomimetic architecture. Ricardo, our executive director, really liked this one. He says it wasn't him. So biomimetics, it's becoming successful. And sustainable cities. So the images that are being put together come from those words. Many other contributions, but it's interesting how in those two terms we're connecting the terms of sustainability. Very nice. And now, let's continue with our Sustainable Congress 2023. This is our fourth panel, Nature-Based Solutions to Reach the Paris Agreement. I'd like to invite to stage Karen Formione, General Director and President of the Environment Business Unit, Arcadis. Graziele Parenti, Head of Business Sustainability. Oh, excuse me, from Syngenta. Joining us online, Pavan Sukhdev, Chief Executive Officer for GIST Impact. And to moderate the panel, I invite to stage Ricardo Mastrotti, Executive Director for the Brazilian Business Council. Ricardo, the floor is yours. Hello. Good afternoon. Did you have your lunch? Well, it's a pleasure being here. I'd like to start welcoming once again everyone who is rejoining us or those who are first joining us, those who are present, the speakers, also those who are with us in the platforms of the newspaper Valor Econômico. I am Ricardo Mastrotti. I am Executive Director for the Brazilian Business Council, and it's a great pleasure being here in this event. This morning, we could see how many important, relevant talks we are having in this moment that Brazil is going through. And this event has become a reference when we talk about sustainability. So it's very interesting to see the house is full, everyone is excited. For this panel, we have a topic that is core for the transition for a more sustainable future. We're going to talk about nature-based solutions, and we tried to find in the diversity of the actors composing this table represent some of the core functions that the Brazilian Business Council has, which is connecting companies, the public government, also representatives of the civil societies, looking for solutions to face those emergencies that we're facing currently. The other panels also try to demonstrate how we're going to build those bridges and connect different parts. As was mentioned here in the previous panels multiple times, we are facing a unique window of opportunity. With this condition that Brazil has, being a protagonist. Those are words you've heard multiple times today, throughout the day. And how can we head in that direction to transform our economy and a zero net economy, nature positive, that we're able to take advantage of this transformation, especially to fight this enormous social inequality that we have here in this country. Let me bring you some numbers. We are the country with the largest biodiversity and also one of the greatest in inequality, socially speaking. So when we talk about opportunities, we have to talk about all that. And nature-based solutions, which is the topic for this panel, are key, fundamental in this transition process to a fairer, more inclusive world. So I guess we have lots of challenges ahead of us. I will want to share a data from the report by Global Economic Forum that says that the risk of losing biodiversity ranks 4 among the most serious in the next decade. And also, the report mentions that the natural resources crisis ranks number 9 in the risks for the next 2 years. So, we believe that nature-based solution can and should help face those challenges efficiently and adaptively, with targets anchored in science, promoting innovative processes exactly to minimize impact, modify, recover, or even recreate ecosystems using ecological engineering and other resources. So that's how big the challenge and opportunity is that we have ahead of us. But that requires public policies, the involvement of civil societies, the private sector, the financial market. So indeed, it is an enormous challenge that we have ahead of us. And many actions are being taken. I'd like to briefly mention 2 cases. The first one that I will mention is the commitment by the business sector to biodiversity. The Brazilian Business Council had the opportunity to present in COP15 this commitment with 9 targets on how we're going to put nature in the center of business, especially focusing in the capital flow. How can we redirect investments to technologies and actions that will have a positive impact in biodiversity? This document was signed by 28 companies, and then we have giants from different sectors: agribusiness, energy, mining, oil and gas, pulp and paper. So we're really proud about that number and want more and more. So we extend the invitation for the companies that haven't yet signed, please. And the business commitment to biodiversity is something you can find available in our website for those who want to know a little bit more about this commitment. The second one that I'd like to mention is Businessmen for the Climate. In April 2021, in that moment, in response to the climate summit that was being put together by the American President Joe Biden, and because of deterioration of Brazil's image because of the environment agenda, presidents of big organizations such as the Brazilian Business Council decided to have a more direct positioning stance when we talk about the sustainability. And that's how this came about. It was an initiative, a letter that was signed by 119 companies, 14 entities, which encompassed a comprehensive strategy in the matter. All this effort gave us practical results. In the previous panels, we were talking about how concrete actions in multiple moments, in different moments we talked about implementation, transforming to action, and this is an example that had a practical result that was very important. So at COP27, Brazil had the commitment of reducing 50% of its emissions by 2030, which was raising the bar. The previous target was 43%, and also trying to reach net zero by 2050. Those are important accomplishments in a difficult political landscape. I believe those are two good cases that show how the productive sector, beyond acting, wants to have clear targets and comparable parameters to be able to give its contribution to reducing impacts and striving for a more inclusive, a fairer world. Besides that, something else I'd like to mention is the importance of, as I mentioned, how can we redirect financing? And we're talking about billionaire financing, we're talking about billions of dollars that somehow today are more available to lines that negatively impact biodiversity. So how can we redirect this investment flow to actions that value nature? In this context, Brazil has the opportunity, well, it has the biggest asset in terms of biodiversity, and also, as I mentioned, one of the highest inequality indexes in the world. So we have to try to use this asset to solve or at least minimize our social liability. Certainly, nature-based solutions are part of this path. And now starting with a few questions to Karen and Grazi and Pavan. Let's start in the order. Let's start with Grazi. Oh, actually first Karen, then Grazi. Karen, if you could tell us a bit, what are the main advantages and disadvantages of nature-based solutions when we talk about availability, quality of waters, reduction of biodiversity loss, and involvement of the communities in comparison to green infrastructures, and how they should and can be applied? Hello? Well, good afternoon. Before anything, I'd like to thank Ricardo and the Brazilian Business Council for the honor of being able to share a little bit of our experience, learning a little with my colleagues here in this panel, and remind you that even the name of the panel talks about how we're going to use nature-based solutions to be able to hit the targets established by the Paris Agreement. When we talk about the Paris Agreement, well, and it's important to mention that because the public here is vast, and this is a complex topic when we participate in events. For people, it may be. So we're talking about containing global warming. And certainly today, when we read the newspaper, when we turn on the TV, we always listen to everything related to the extreme events we've been going through. And as we have been through, we always say our acting is in two different fronts. One, along the lines of mitigation of what is already taking place, and preferably contain or reverse projects that we have already been witnessed and lived through. And the other front would be in the lines of resilience and adapting to this whole new process that is already affecting us.
Of course, all of these processes are taking place, particularly because of human action and transformation that we are causing in the environment. And by observing nature, we understand that by assessing processes and natural features of the territories, we can learn from all of that. And nature-based solutions are deeply connected to that. How can one not fight against the forces of nature, but to effectively use the benefit that nature can bring in order to either mitigate or effectively adapt to this new context we live in? According to UCN, water security, which is in line with the question that Ricardo asked me, this is one of the pillars we believe need to be addressed by the nature-based solutions, along with the loss of biodiversity and the changing of the climate-based features, with a goal to recover biodiversity and a fair transition, as well as a look into the social inequalities that we have in place. So it only becomes effective if we have these three approaches. When we talk about nature-based solution advantages when it comes to water or water-based resources in a broader aspect, I have been trying to cover different points of view. The first one is the water safety or water security scenario. And when we talk about that water security, we're talking about securing access to water in quantity and quality for the population in general and for productive activities that need that water. So there are some solutions regarding water security which have to do, for example, with reforestation or recovery of forest areas or green areas that improve permeability of soils and secure the reloading of aquifers, thus securing higher availability of water. But we're also talking about solutions for urban areas, which represent the territory that has suffered the most impact by climate changes. So we talk about urban gardens, in which we develop the conditions for us to be able to address some solutions. I haven't been able to introduce what we do. We are a global consulting company based in the Netherlands and with a foothold in over 40 countries. And we were born from the need to assess the water the requirements in that country that are really challenging. So we have supported cities and customers in that area, and one of them has to do with this topic. In Paris, for example, we have been helping the city to come up with urban gardens in 5 different locations in the city, so we can approach problems like global warming by creating microclimates that are more pleasant, increasing the absorption of water, and to have an area that is better used by the population. with that kind of a solution, we can approach the water security issue. And this is also something that has an impact on water quality. And we have some solutions when we talk about water quality. The presence of sediments in the water itself is one of them. So recovery of the river banks and the treatment of wastewater, which can be another problem for the quality of water. And this is a challenge for nature, the treatment of effluent. And because as we said that they are considering water-based solutions for the treatment of wastewater in the state of Ceará. So this is something that we have in place. Another important thing is climate resilience. Cities are deeply impacted by climate change, and 100% of the targets for carbon reduction are basically connected with nature-based solutions. So projects and solutions in urban area is something that is going to help us with water security and absorption of water. And for cities to be able to handle big and large-scale floods, this is really important. We have been helping some countries such as Berlin, I mean, not countries, the cities such as Berlin in Germany, Wuhan in China, by creating what we call sponge cities by increasing permeable areas and creating spaces where we're able to withhold that water. So we see several initiatives like that all over the world. It seems to be something new, but it's far from new in Europe or Asia. We see a lot of solutions popping up here and there. And as a consequence to all of that, the preservation of biodiversity is something that comes up as a consequence, thus enhancing the quality of life for people and improving social benefits. So what would be the disadvantages in here? Some of the disadvantages that we can associate in here has to do with the area required for nature-based solutions that can be efficient, particularly in highly occupied urban areas. This may be a serious issue. The other situation is the maturity of such solutions. When we're talking about the restoration of green areas, the aging process takes a while for the benefits to sink in. Another area is specific knowledge. For us to deploy such a solution, it's not just saying, look, I'm going to plant trees in here. We have to consider the proper species, solutions that are appropriate for that region and that location. And on top of that, we have to promote the maintenance of such areas. There's no point in deploying that and leaving them unattended because they will not be as efficient as we expect for these solutions. And another one has to do with the perception. The public at large may think that a traditional engineering solution is going to be more efficient than nature-based solutions. So all of the communication and education and outreach programs for such initiatives to be effective are really important. So I think I have covered some of the aspects in there. Very good. It's great to talk about the history of ARCAD in this, and it's kind of, very deep connection with this topic. I started studying biomimetics, and I think that it's quite difficult for us to think that there is a better solution than nature-based solutions. With the background in biology and everything, I think that, this is crucial. When you bring forth the disadvantages and hardships, I understand that. Some of them are really hardships that need to be taken into account. Okay, so now I have a question for Grazielli. What are the main technical challenges and main financial challenges regarding the deployment of nature-based solutions, particularly when one is to think about the large scale, which is basically something you are quite used to doing at Syngenta? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank Marina Thanks, Ricardo, for inviting me to be here. And I'm going to start answering exactly what you said, but then I wanted to go back to the beginning. We are in agribusiness, and everything is basically nature-based solutions. There is no other alternative other than nature-based solutions. You talked about the risks of the World Economic Forum. I think that the main one is about extreme weather. I always say that, for those of us who live in big cities, most of us don't have that kind of a visibility what is to live and work in the country. It's almost as if you had an open cast plant. If we want to have a open air party, we think of the worst case scenario. Working in a farm, it's a little bit like that. It's an open air factory, relying on the sun, on the rain, on the condition of the soil, on the animals that walk past. And that's, from the gate inwards, and from the gate outwards, we have the market-related issues, we have financial issues. So what is really relevant for farmers and producers, and we have been working with the company and with the agribusiness today. The question is, how can we develop a stronger agribusiness scenario? No one is more concerned about the rain patterns than a farmer. Maybe big cities are worried about that because their business will sink or swim based on that, and it's not something that you recover the next month. This takes a while to take place. So we have been focusing on having a higher resilience through inputs and agricultural practices. On the other hand, we don't believe in nature-based solutions that are, small scale, because they are niche projects if that happens. And, it may be philanthropic, which is fair, but it's not going to grow to scale. Projects have to grow to scale, and they have to be good for everyone, for us, for growers, for banks. I see my bank colleagues in here, and they're all agreeing with me. And it has to be good for nature as well. Growers are concerned about how to use less water, less inputs, how to produce more with less, how to have a predictability, how one can store things better, how to have a better and cheaper logistics in place, how to measure carbon. Everyone talks about carbon, but no one has been able to sort that out properly. Growers are eager to figure out, okay, for forests we can measure that quite well, but for agriculture, what is the impact of a large-scale corn or crop, or coffee crop, in fact, capture carbon-wise? How can this become like, this carbon credit for growers? In our case, we have decay area recovery project, and in Brazil approximately 90 million hectares of decay land or degraded area that is in existence. We know that at least 1 million hectares are in our portfolio, so we want to recover this degraded kind of area so that we don't need to open new ones, and to convert areas such as pasture with a lot of compaction of the floor, and to convert that to agriculture. That's not simple, that's not easy, and it's not cheap. You need to have a grower that produces one kind of a crop. That doesn't mean that they're going to migrate to a different crop, because things are different out there. So how can you provide like an agriculture-based economic consulting, how you provide the resources, because you need a long-term funding strategy, because there is money up in the air, up for grabs, but landing that money is a bit complicated, particularly for large-scale projects. So we need to untangle all of that maze. So we have this REVERT project, which is like 1 million hectares as a target by 2030. Today we have 170,000 hectares allocated. We have the largest project like that in Brazil and maybe in the world. So we recover these areas, and in these 10 years for the project, we have the 3 first years with a high investment so that this can become a productive lot. There is no other way for having, for example, a certain yield like, a green belt, let's say like this rug we have in here. How can I make this left corner of the rug here to produce more? How can we intensify the cattle farming and to make this area be productive for food growth without using other areas? So we have been using this kind of a strategy with a high interest by the farmers. This is the business. We call it agribusiness for a reason. If it doesn't turn in results, you leave the activity. Land costs a lot. Properly located land costs a lot. Land with water costs even more. Productive land. So all of this, raises the value of the property of the land for farmers. So to get back to your point, funding or finance is important. Measuring is important. Patricia Elim talked about the tropicalization of targets, and that's crucial. We're dedicating a lot of time for that, but we're going to talk about that later on. Thank you. Well, fantastic. And then you're feeding me the next cue to bring Pavan in with his input. You talked about two important topics in here: technology and the tools that are required, science and how to measure things. And that's exactly along those lines that I wanted to ask a question to Pavan himself. Good afternoon, Pavan. I wasn't able to welcome you in here, but I'm going to fire all my guns at you now with my next question. In your point of view, how do you believe the integration of technological and scientific tools, how can this accelerate the adoption of nature-based solutions? And how do you perceive such contributions in line with the targets that have been put together by the new global marker for biodiversity?
Ricardo. Well, firstly, let's appreciate the sheer size and scale of the global marker for biodiversity, as you call it. Basically, the global biodiversity framework that was achieved at the Montreal Kunming COP almost 11 months ago. I think, firstly, to recognize that achieving that COP was literally against all odds. The odds were great. COP19 had delayed the Conference of Parties by almost 2 years. The Ukraine war had sucked away a lot of energy and attention from its agenda. International cooperation was going down and down, and even at the COP, I was there. Some of the 196 countries who participated disagreed with the recommendations of the Global Biodiversity Framework. But the good thing is that the goals have been respected, and they set 23 targets, but it would take me not 7 minutes, but 7 hours to talk about all 23 targets. But let me pick my 3 favorite ones and tell you how public policy, the will of business and technology can actually help to achieve them. So I'll begin with the most aggressive target of the lot, which I think is the most important one as well, which is the so-called 30 by 30. And that target basically says, I'm quoting that, on terrestrial, inland water, coastal and marine areas, 30% of the Earth's surface should be brought under well-connected and equitably governed systems of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures, recognizing indigenous and traditional territories. Please note, recognizing indigenous and traditional territories. That's a very central and important part of Target 3. Now, this of course cuts across land as well as ocean. So let me address the ocean, for example, where it is about policy and it's about global cooperation. In an ocean, there is a law of the seas, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas, which basically says that if you have even a small dot of an island, then an area 200 miles in radius around it, which is something like 325,000 square kilometers, basically belongs to that little dot of an island, whichever country it belongs to. So that country has the power to actually change the future of 300, if it's even a dot in the ocean, the future of 325,000 square kilometers, not hectares, square kilometers. And this is possible. But of course, if this country is a powerful nation like the United States, and it has an existing string of islands called Hawaii, right? around the northeastern Hawaii, many of you may remember that President Obama was responsible for creating a new protected area called Papahana Maukuakea. Papahana Maukuakea is a very long name, but it's basically a protected area on the ocean of 1.5 million square kilometers. Please, square kilometers here, not hectares. This is the kind of size and scale that is possible through policy. But of course, if the country that is doing this is not a powerful nation, a developed nation, and if it is, for example, a poor nation, then we need to recognize that they need support. And they need basically a global fund for what we call, incorrectly, small island developing states. Actually, they are not small island developing states, they are giant ocean states. But we need to empower them with money, with a fund, actual fund that supports their desire to maintain such a protected area, because it needs protection against illegal fishing. It needs protection against other nations interfering and coming into that area. It may even need engagement of policing and military. So it does need a fund, it does need global cooperation and protection. On land, I think Brazil is a great example of potential scale of protection and conservation in the interest of recognizing indigenous and traditional territories. A large part of the land is recognized as indigenous and traditional territories, and we need to respect that, and we need to make it real, and not recognize it in name, but actually in practice, which means that it should not be possible, thanks to technology, and this is where monitoring systems and satellite systems come into play. I have seen this in action, that literally within moments of a deforestation area opening up because of illegal deforestation, or within moments of a fire in, let us say, in certain islands in Indonesia, I have seen this with my own eyes. It shows up on a monitoring system, and it is relayed to a monitoring center, and it can be addressed by people from the protecting agencies visiting there. So today's satellite technology is actually very powerful and capable of detecting literally moment-to-moment changes in deforestation and moment-to-moment increases in fire risk and fire hazard as a result of either accidental or deliberate fires which are used to clear protected areas, used to clear forested areas. So I need hardly remind you of the size of Amazonas or the Mata Atlantica or any of these areas, because Brazil is literally the global capital for natural capital. It's huge. It is deeply respected as an area which is the home of traditional communities, of indigenous and traditional community living there and thriving there. And it's not just Brazil. There are many other countries where nature literally has become, as my old project team used to say, nature is the GDP of the poor. The nutrients and the fresh water flows from the forests into the fields of poor farmers is the very lifeblood of their existence and their productivity. And even fuel, it is the families of the poor farmers need to access the fuel wood from the forests, and if they don't have that, that is poverty, if they do not have their most abundant supply of home cooking fuel. So these are issues which need to be recognized. These are, if you like, policy issues that need to be recognized. And I believe it is actually possible for us to achieve this aggressive target. How aggressive is it? Let me close by saying this, that the original target for Aichi that was 10 years ago, which was supposed to be met in 2020 and it was not. But the original target was basically 17% of land under protection and 10% of land of oceans under protection. And that was a huge increase from 2% of the oceans and 12% of the land, which was under conservation in 2010. We did not do badly. Okay, we missed the targets, but only by 2%. Ocean protection, thanks to Papahana Maukuakea and other such successes, actually reached 8% of the ocean territories under protection, and the land protection increased from 12% to 15%. That's not bad at all. But clearly, we need to be more aggressive and achieve that. And the second target, and maybe I only have time for 2 targets because these are my 2 favorites, is target 15, which relates to all of you, my friends, the corporations of this world, because it's about taking legal, administrative, or policy measures to encourage and enable business, and in particular, and they keep emphasizing this, large and transnational companies and financial institutions should regularly monitor, assess, and transparently disclose their risks, their dependencies and their impacts on biodiversity, including requirements for all large and transnational companies to measure this not just for operational purposes, but also along their value streams. This is possible, my friends. Today, my own company covers 14,000 listed companies, and we calculate all of their environmental impacts. Some of them provide us data to disclose it because they report to GRI, or they report through their sustainability reports or their ESG reports. And some of them, we have to do some investigative research, and we do that, and we find out what we need to find out to make these estimates. So if a small company in Switzerland is doing these calculations, surely you can do it, and you must. And I think this is part of the change that we seek. Target 15 says that it recognizes the reality that 2/3 of the economy is private sector, and therefore 2/3 of the pressures on greenhouse gas emissions or biodiversity are also coming from the private sector. It is important to measure, and you cannot manage what you do not measure. So this is the ask of measurement that Target 15 has put towards all countries and all large multinational companies. I will say this, it is all. It's not just, this target is not just about farming and forestry and mining and infrastructure development, okay? It is about all industries. I'll give one example in closing, which is that if you are, for example, an energy company in Europe, in France, for example, and you are drawing, an Enel, for instance, comes to mind, you're drawing water from the rivers there, or in Italy, then Enel, for instance, has 105 million tons of GHG emissions. And among the things that they do, apart from causing climate change, would be rainforest dieback right here in Brazil, or for that matter in Indonesia. And the water that they consume and would effectively heat up would then increase the temperatures of water, because that is used for cooling thermal power plants. So any company in any sector actually has indirect impacts on biodiversity. It is not just the 4 or 5 sectors, especially agriculture, forestry, fisheries, mining, and so on, which have direct impacts, but we need to also measure indirect impacts. And all this is very much part of the global biodiversity framework. Measurement, again, requires science, it requires technology, actually. But the good news, my friends, is that technology is here. Right? You don't need to go very far. I'm speaking with you, I'm from a company called Just Impact, which has that technology. So we can do this, we can achieve the goals. I've talked about only 2 targets in the time that I have, but frankly, if we look at all of the other targets, and there are many great ones like Target 18, Target 19 on the financing side, and so on, pretty much all of them are possible, and it's up to us to make them happen.
Muito obrigado, Pavan. Eu adorei o ponto, né, que você tocou, que a gente estava...
You touched upon, and in previous panels, we were talking about, when we talked about carbon credit, we had this concern of it becoming more distant from people, where actually things happen. And you touched upon this point of the global framework in biodiversity, as it has become core, central, and underscored. And it's very interesting. We're going to come back to ask you a little bit more later about your perspective regarding the business sector, and also quantification, and also reports in biodiversity, impact, dependency. But before, I'd like to ask Karen along the lines of technology and innovation. What role technology and innovation can have in expanding and improving nature-based solution? You work with knowledge, especially. How do you see that, the use of technology and innovation? Thank you, Ricardo. Well, as everything in life currently, technology and innovation come effectively to help us search for the solutions for today's challenges, and with nature-based solution, it's no different. If we consider the whole process, to be brief in my answer, since the planning stages, understanding in context, understanding what the problem is behind it, what the necessary solution will be, so we're talking about drawing the scenario, modeling, so that we can define, understand the problem, so that we can search for the solution. When we are defining the solutions, So here we're talking about multiple solutions, new technologies, bioengineering, genomic and biotechnology, new materials, bioremedying to improving water quality, and so on. A series of technical solutions associated to technology. As Graziella mentioned, monitoring is of the essence, and using technology in the monitoring is very important, whether for the utilization of solutions such as drones, so that we can monitor and observe, or now artificial intelligence. How can we use the data? How can we be predictive as we learn? Because those solutions need to be adaptable. Speaking of business models, new ones that we need to have, and Graziella also talked about financing and the challenges we still have when we don't have very clear regulation. The challenge of financing increases. So we already have solutions for green financing, which can be applied for some nature-based solutions. And also, we want to talk about participative planning, so that population understands which solutions are adequate for them, and also having the commitment to later do the maintenance, helping in preserving those solutions that were implanted. So technology can be used in communication, engaging that community. So, as I understand, this makes a whole complete cycle. It's very important that for us to make solutions more efficient, adaptability, sustainability, and adapting nature-based solutions. Very nice. Yeah, I think we don't have this dichotomy. When we talk about solutions that are available, the designs that are available in nature, they've been around for millions of years. And it's interesting, we're talking about innovating, looking back. And it's not fighting against technology. Those things can dwell, and we have to see where technology meets this wisdom, this design that it's not even millennial, but it's actually about millions of years. I don't even know how to say that. Grazielli, now trying to close this topic, and in your first talk you already talked about it a little, but how do you see the role of companies in the agribusiness leading the transition to a more sustainable agriculture, of course, considering the adoption of nature-based solutions as part of this response? But what are the main challenges and opportunities you identify for the sector? Well, that alone would be a whole Congress. But I think the first thing is having a common understanding that this is not an agenda just to answer in a sustainability report. This is rather a business agenda. I think what's more important is how perennial this agenda is for the business, but just not for an analyst so that we can say we're doing things expected. So this is the first thing we need to understand. And understand that now in 2023, going into 2024, that's how businesses are. We can't go back. There's no other way. We only have this direction. Well, the way to do it might change, but this is the only direction. The other thing we also have to recognize is the cool things that we do. So you see, we criticize ourselves a lot, but it's important to recognize how we have developed in terms of renewable energy, what's been done in Brazil in terms of biodiesel, green hydrogen, biogas. Everyone around the world is interested, and they're either doing or they're here in Brazil. We have a huge opportunity there. Another big challenge is bringing more and more people with different types of expertise to work in agribusiness. Not only to work on a farm, but to be a data scientist, working with meteorology, and to work with other issues in a wider spectrum. So education and training is important. So if we're going to hire someone to live in Sorriso, Sinop, Alta Floresta, everyone wants to live in the major cities, São Paulo, Rio. So the field, this is also a challenge we have in the field. Another challenge we have, and building upon what you said about nature's been around for a while, how can we learn, and we are close to the soil health, microorganisms, not only in the soil but underground. How can we have the biological raw material complement the chemical products? For those who have a garden, no matter the size, they know how hard it is to make it prosper. Imagine if your survival came from, a large-scale farm. So we have to value those who are facing this challenge of producing. Agro is not just food, because in English, food, fuel, feed, and fiber. So that's what it is. So in English, it's 4 F's. So the energy transition goes through Brazil. There are not many other countries in the world that can talk about. So I'd say it's a cultural change. It is a technological change that is happening every day. So it's not just about new apps, because a lot of times they talk about digital. When we talk about digital transformation to producers, they say, don't talk to me about new apps. No, it's not just about new apps. And there's even a word, I don't know if we talked about today, but it's traceability. Traceability is the key to sustainable agribusiness. From the field to the table, show everything that was used. Because before, we had traceability when we talked about security, recalls, but here I talk about the associated costs, the carbon footprint, and your differential in comparison to the others in the market. Very well. Yeah, actually, we did talk about traceability in the first panel. I think Mazzoni and also André Corrêa do Lago, they talked about it. And I ask myself if you have any inside information, because you talked about outdoor parties, you talked about Alta Floresta, and you talked about gardening. Well, I was married outdoors, which was a very hard party. My first job was in Alta Floresta, and I spent the pandemic trying to put my garden together. So you actually talked about everything. Pavan, we're heading to the end of our session. This is our short resource here, which is time. But in your previous answer, you talked about, you pointed different paths for the business sector. And by the way, we here have a very select audience here. We have a leadership of the companies that have that concern, that have that perspective. So what would be your advice to this leadership, to these business leaders here, especially regarding the emerging demand, and as we could see in COP15 and in the framework, that pointed to this necessity of measuring and report impact and dependence on nature? Do you see signs from regulatory bodies and market forces? Will it be the new normal, as we say? Let's see if the translators can actually convey the message.
No, I think they did convey the message, and let me say that, yeah, this is coming. So just last month, I was in New York at the New York Stock Exchange for the launch of the TNFD, as it's called, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, which had published its framework. And of course, the New York Stock Exchange is about bulls and bears, and everyone knows that. But the message that came through loud and clear from everyone was it is not just bulls and bears, it's also bees. And bees, as you know, are the biggest, most valuable pollinators, and they are dying because of the loss of nature. Some suspect that it is to do with chemical pesticides causing changes in the behaviors and the biology of the bee. But the key problem that all these people, and at the launch of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, there were many companies, including Natura represented by its chief executive, which talked about how they would be committing to following the guidance of TNFD and publishing the kind of data that is required by the TNFD to report on governance, on strategy, on risks, and on the metrics. So this is coming for the whole world, and people are, by leadership and by example, following it. But the other side to the story is what is happening in Europe and in the United States, which is that in the European side, the CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, has been approved by the European Union Parliament. So large companies in Europe, and this applies for 2024 onwards, so that something like 11,000 odd large companies in Europe, literally from January 25 onwards, would have to report on their impacts on nature and on biodiversity. And of course, it is double materiality that they are asked for. This is not just about how will the loss of nature affect my poor shareholders. It's not just that. It's also how will my actions affect the biodiversity for future generations and for the communities and the traditional communities who are dependent on this nature. How will it affect them? So it's not just about reporting to shareholders, it is about reporting to stakeholders. It's not just about reporting financial materiality and financial capital, but also impact materiality, which means natural capital and human capital, including human health. Right? Endocrine disruption will be something that you have to think about and report. So this is happening in Europe already, and I'm afraid this is going to become a global need, because basically people understand that actually when we think about the planetary boundaries and when we think about human health, most of the drivers of the negative impacts are coming from the private sector, and the private sector needs to implement changes in strategy, changes in technology, changes in its marketing approach, in order to be able to achieve a less harmful way of delivering goods and services to economy and to the society. It's not that they are not delivering goods and services, they are, but they are not accounting for the externalities. And today, the need of the hour is to measure and account for the externalities, which means follow the norms of impact transparency, impact measurement, and impact disclosure. And this is coming, my friends. Now, there is no point being frightened by this, because it is possible for you to lead in this, to demonstrate through changes in strategy and changes in business focus, that in fact, Brazil is a leader here. And there are many areas. I talked about this at Fiesp and other places recently. I talked about green hydrogen and the kind of opportunity that there is. I talked about alternative battery technologies, and not just the NMC or the lithium NMC batteries that are commonplace, but they are dying away. I spoke about even health foods and superfoods, and the fact that even in one place, Belém, which I visited for a short few days, someone I met there showed me 20 different products that were possible. They didn't have marketing plans for them as yet, but just like acai is a global success in terms of its use as a superfood, so also he showed me 20 others. That is amazing. So there are opportunities all over the place. Sustainable aviation fuel is already something that Brazil is a possible leader in, and you have the manufacturing industries. There's a huge shift happening, my friends. So it's best not to be afraid of regulation. It's best to embrace the regulation and prove that you can do it better than anyone else, because you are the capital of natural capital. You have the human capital in places like Sao Paulo, even distant places like Manaus, you have the human capital, to be able to address the huge gap that will happen as a result of the breaking up of the uncomfortable marriage between America and China. And when that happens, there will be opportunities for other countries to step in. I believe Brazil is the country that can, with your leadership, benefit the most from that marriage breakup that is happening right now.
Excelente. Bom, infelizmente já estamos aqui com o tempo esgotado, mas eu queria uma última palavra.
Out of time, but I wanted to hear from you one last time to hear more on this. No, we hear from you that it's coming. All of this is coming. That's exactly what Pavan has just told us. Talking about TNFD, and we have a close relationship with them. But you know CEBDS work along those lines. So I think the question is for that. What can CEBDS do in order to accelerate this process? I think, it's something like, we need to do it. This is the deployment phase. The time is now. So do you see something that CEBDS can do on top of what they already do? Well, let me lead the pack here. I believe that on behalf of Marina and your behalf as well, Ricardo, I've been covering the latest COPs, and I think that CEBD's operation at the COP is really substantial. We have a place that we have conquered by our presence, and I don't see any other entities with this amplitude, with this meaningfulness going through all of the sectors, raising that flag and causing us to think, sometimes pulling, sometimes pushing us, and I think that this is something important that CEBDS does. What could be done is continue on the effort of raising awareness, not just of companies, but of people. And this demystification, we talk about that so much. First, as if it was an option, I can choose to do that or not. It's not a choosing matter anymore. There is only one way of doing things now, and I think we have to get closer to people and demystify that, and also acknowledge and value what we already do in Brazil, and help bringing the conditions about for us to develop the potential for what we can still do in the country. That's it. All right, thank you. Well, I think that the role of CEBDS, as Graziella said, is undeniable, particularly in engaging and showing the world what Brazil has been doing. And I think that this has been crucial and important for our positioning as a country. And I believe that, moving along this educational pathway, so to speak, the private sector needs that kind of a support, and CEBDS has been doing that in a very meaningful manner. And on the other hand, engagement. Because nature-based solutions are quite powerful on the one hand, but we always hear, this is quite expensive a solution. My take on this is that there is always a perception of thinking about the future and long term. What does it mean to invest today versus not having to do reparations in the future, or to repair for human losses, for losses of human lives, which is priceless. I think that this is part of the engagement of what Brazil has been doing in this particular leading role. All right, very good. So we started talking about connections, and you're talking about engagement and education. That's interesting. Pavan, your final remarks, if you may be so kind.
Thanks, Ricardo. Well, the final remark is just this, to remind everyone, including all of you, as you know, that Brazil, as the leader, as the global capital for natural capital, has, as you called it, Ricardo, a protagonist role. And that's the right word, protagonist, right? Which means basically the hero of the story. And you can do that. And today, honestly, the kind of technology and innovation that is coming through in the bioeconomy, and when I say bioeconomy, I'm referring to actually a part of the impact economy, which is about using renewable biological resources, plants, animals, microorganisms, to make goods, services, energy, etc. And it can be used, this bioeconomy complex can be used to reduce fossil fuel dependence. Of course, already solar power is cheaper than coal-fired or gas-fired power, but this can go further. This can scale, and that scale provides the opportunity. So I do believe that all of you here in Brazil, through the bioeconomy, through innovation and enterprise and technology, can in your various sectors, including agriculture, forestry, fisheries, biotechnology, and so on, green hydrogen, so many areas there are opportunities to exploit. And these opportunities will lead to a truly impact-focused economy, an economy of permanence, an economy which is equitable, an economy which respects and gives space and natural capital, nature, also to indigenous communities, and meets their needs as well. Thank you.
Bom, muito obrigado a todos. Vamos precisar de muitos Pavans, Karens e Graziellas aqui nessa...
Karens and Ericas for this particular endeavor. And Well, we have the time for our picture. I was going to ask Pavan to be on the screen here, but it's not his decision. It's the organizers here who put him on the screen. But anyway, so thank you very much, and we're going to move into the next panel. All right, time for the picture now. Okay, Pavan is on the screen now. We can take a picture with Pavan on the background. Very good, Pavan. Looking good. Excellent. Picture has already been taken. Thank you very much, Pavan. All right, folks, thank you very much. Now we're moving to the fifth panel, which is going to be on net zero and how to get there. That's quite a tricky question, right? I'd like to invite Daisy Dallanota, head of VARDA, Brazil and Latin America. I also call upon Raquel Coutinho, the manager of portfolio and the chain of value at Petrobras. And I'd like to call upon Pino Ribeiro, and co-founder of Biophilic and Ambipar Environment. Now we're going to have Bianca Pitts, who is the head of the client Earth. And as a moderator, I would like to have Marcelo Paschini, the head of sustainability within Bradesco. So Marcelo, take it away. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon to all of those who are here listening to us online through social media and so on. It's a great pleasure to be here talking to you about this topic. This is a topic which is gaining a lot more room in several fora. When we talked about net zero a long time ago, it was quite common for us to be questioned about what this meant, what we were looking for, and how we could get one day to a company or industrial activity or a bank, how we could get to a real zero net emissions. And these debates have been gaining a lot more body over the last years within COP 2021, COP 2026. We gained a lot of traction with the private sector. I believe he meant 2016. But we gained a lot of commitment from banks, with about 40% of international assets being committed to net zero. And based on portfolios and investments, we have been engaged with bringing commitment by the companies themselves so that we could get to 2050 on net zero. But when we look into 2050, these targets are very far away, and one needs to consider how we're to develop that a long time. And we started realizing last year and this year in a stronger manner that companies look for ways to deploy their strategies for net zero. This goes along shorter term commitments geared towards 2030 or even earlier than that, so that in an intermediate manner we look for targets and developments that are required for that, and for us to be able to do the transition so we can get to these values and targets in a more coordinated and organized manner, so as to look into all of the value chain and the supply chains, looking for nature-based solutions and other kinds of solutions so that we're able to reach net zero. Of course, this is a living agenda, and we still have a lot to develop along the way. We do have several companies that are committed to this kind of an issue, but we still have a lot of companies that need to commit and to start developing their transition plans to understand the journey they have ahead of them over the next years. Well, bringing this to the present day, I'm very happy to have this multiple team here talking about net zero, and for us to be able to reach out for a transition which is fair and inclusive, which is basically the topic I wanted to start with. So I'm going to start off with Bianca, asking her a question about the transition to the net zero universe. And knowing this is going to require deep transformations, how do you perceive gains in this kind of a transition? And what are the efforts you see taking place when it comes to climate transition to include target audiences which are underrepresented today? And what is the risk you see in not including this kind of a target audience in this transition that is going to require so much effort by so many companies and even by the public sector as a whole?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rogelio, for asking me this. I think there are several gains, and including underrepresented groups in this transition is not just a matter of social justice, but it is essential for the success and sustainability of global climate transition efforts. If you look at the gains, first of all, I really want to highlight and stress the huge gain made by different perspectives and the opportunity for innovation. Underrepresented groups often bring completely unique perspectives and unique insights to the table. Their involvement can lead to innovative solutions that might be overlooked by more homogeneous groups. This diversity can help identify more effective and sustainable approaches to mitigating climate change. If you look at venture capital funding, for example, less than 2% of venture capital funding is currently going to women-led teams. If you assume equal distribution of talent, but just unequal distribution of opportunity, then you have alpha returns hiding in plain sight. Same is true for indigenous people. We know that they are the custodians of biodiversity, with 80% of remaining biodiversity on land that is looked after by indigenous people. I always call this nature tech. How can this knowledge be harnessed and perhaps become an export article for Brazil? I'm thrilled to see an indigenous ministry set up now and led by an indigenous person. This is a first, and after its establishment, and once the groundwork is done, I would expect that to be a big contributor to the economy. The gain is also social and economic equity. A just transition ensures that vulnerable and marginalized communities are not left behind. And this approach can create new opportunities for these groups, fostering more equitable distribution of the benefits of a transition, such as green jobs, economic growth, and improved public health. We find also that there's broader public support. When underrepresented groups are actively engaged, it can increase overall public support for climate policies and action. It helps convey the message that climate action benefits everyone and is not limited to a particular demographic or economic group. There is reduced social tension. So failing to include underrepresented groups can lead to social tensions, protests, and resistance against climate policies. Engaging these groups, on the other hand, can help reduce conflicts and build a more stable and inclusive transition process. For example, the Arab Spring. It is thought that that started 2 years after a severe drought had hit Syria. The young men that worked in agriculture in the countryside did not have any work in the countryside due to the drought. They moved into the cities. There was no work waiting for them either, and that started the Arab Spring. Another gain would be enhanced policy effectiveness. Policies and initiatives that take into account the specific needs and concerns of underrepresented groups are more likely to be effective. These policies can address local and regional challenges more effectively, making the transition more successful. And if you look at businesses, you definitely see increased stakeholder and shareholder buy-in, increased value generation in the supply chain, a broadening of the customer base. So, for example, the magazine Vogue in the UK brought in an editor, a coloured editor, one of the representatives of people of colour, And he started to include a much more diverse group of models and contributors to the magazine. And as a result, saw a huge increase in the subscription base to that magazine. There's increased resilience building, and I think global companies, for example, with headquarters in the global north, should have people from the global south on their global boards. This is very, very important to see, because otherwise there is no true representation, and it leads to more successful decision-making within those businesses. The risks, the downside, is of course an exacerbation of inequality if we don't include these groups. These underrepresented people, and that's youth, indigenous people, women, may suffer disproportionately from the negative impacts of climate change and economic transitions, leading to greater social unrest. Resistance and opposition, exclusion can lead to a real resistance against climate policy. We see this in the UK, for example, making it more challenging to achieve climate targets and slowing down the transition process. In the UK, where we currently have a cost of living crisis, climate targets are pitched against that cost of living crisis by our current government, which is not only dangerous, but we are all quite sure will lead to a change in the government in the next elections. There are also missed opportunities, obviously, for green innovation, economic growth, and social development. And these opportunities could hinder the transition to a sustainable future. There's inequitable access to benefits to green jobs, clean energy, and improved living conditions have to be equitably distributed. Otherwise, you have continued disparities in access to these advantages. And also there can be a loss of social cohesion. This exclusion can lead to social fragmentation and mistrust. A just transition helps to build cohesion and trust in the process, which is essential for the success of any major social and societal transformation. For businesses, they get left behind, become outdated, and lose touch with what customers really want. In conclusion, a just transition that includes and recognizes these underrepresented groups is not only a moral imperative, but also really a pragmatic necessity. It enhances the effectiveness and sustainability of global climate transition efforts while mitigating the risks associated with exclusion and inequality. By fostering diversity and inclusivity, the world can more effectively address the challenges of climate change while creating a fair and equitable path to a net zero future.
Perfeito, Bianca, obrigado. De fato, com todos esses exemplos, a gente...
Perfect, Bianca, thank you. With all these examples, we see that this fair and inclusive transition is much closer to us than we imagine, and the effects of not including that public and having the proper attention to what needs to be done will bring a much higher price than we can imagine, even from the perspective of female representation. Bianca, how have you seen the female representation in the discussions about climate, and what kind of bottlenecks do you see in that regard?
Very low when it comes to climate discussions and decision-making forums, and it faces several bottlenecks, which can vary in intensity depending on the region and also the specific forum. Some of the main bottlenecks include, gender bias and stereotypes. So there are really deep-rooted gender biases and stereotypes that hinder female participation and leadership in climate discussions. These biases can manifest as doubts about women's expertise, leadership abilities, or their capacity to make significant contributions to the field. There is underrepresentation in leadership roles. So women are so often underrepresented in leadership roles within organizations and institutions, even the ones that drive climate policy, that in itself limits their influence on decision-making processes and the development of climate policies. We see limited access to education and training still. In many parts of the world, girls and women have limited access to education and training in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM fields. And this lack of education can really restrict their participation in the technical aspects of climate discussions and solutions. We also see cultural and societal norms standing in the way of including women in many parts of the world and various regions. You see women being discouraged from participating in public life or leadership roles, which is very concerning. These norms can pose significant obstacles to their engagement in climate discussions and also decision-making. Then there's a lack of inclusive policies, so inadequate policies and measures to promote gender equality and inclusion in climate-related institutions can be a bottleneck. Without specific initiatives, targets, and incentives to support women's participation, progress is simply too slow. They have limited networking opportunities. Many climate discussions and decision-making forums are often built on pre-existing networks and relationships as well, which may not be accessible to women, particularly in regions where gender disparities are more pronounced. Lack of access to these networks can limit opportunities for women to participate. We see that at COP, for example, where women often struggle to get into the delegations in the first place. Some countries have said that they simply do not have women in leading climate roles. We have called for them to be, first of all, I don't think any country doesn't have women working on climate. I think that is a complete excuse, but if they only find a few, then at least to ask them to chair the delegations. I think it is very easy once you start reaching out into your networks to really find the right representatives for this. We find that women face time and resource constraints, so due to caregiving responsibilities and household duties, these constraints can really limit their ability to engage in climate discussions and devote time to leadership roles. These are very serious issues, and men have to come to the help of women for this. We see harassment and discrimination being reported. Instances of those in particularly male-dominated environments can discourage women from actively participating in climate discussions and decision-making processes. These negative experiences create hostile environments. We had a lot of reports from Egypt that women were facing harassment and discrimination at COP27. There's also a lack of data and gender analysis. Many climate discussions do not incorporate gender analysis, which means that the gender-specific impacts of climate change are often not adequately considered. And this can reduce the importance placed on female participation and perspectives. And then, for example, institutional inertia, resistance to change, and traditional structures in decision-making bodies can perpetuate male dominance in climate discussions. Breaking this institutional inertia can be challenging. I always compare this to sailing the world. You would not sail the world with one eye firmly patched up or one arm tied behind your back, particularly if choppy waters lie ahead. You want to have full 360-degree vision. And this is why we now need this 50-50 vision, male and female vision, to decide on how to move into the next phase for this planet.
Obrigado, Bianca. De fato, a gente vai...
Thank you, Bianca. Indeed, we're gonna need the best minds to be able to face all those challenges that we have in the next few years, and there is no other way but to guarantee that women will be heard, are participating, and that there is a alignment, a leveling of the opportunities so that we can listen to everyone, listen to all women completely in a very clean manner. And thinking about climate changes here in Brazil, it's true that we come from a different level, different landing in comparison to the world. We have a very clean energy matrix,
we have an electric matrix that last year, because of rain and everything, reached 92% of renewable energy in the matrix, but we still have a challenge when we think about the energy matrix as a whole of facing transportation and also see how we can decarbonize throughout time. In that sense, we have Petrobras as a essential word that we have in Brazil, which also has commitment in terms of energy transition with many of different initiatives along those lines. So I'd like to listen to Raquel to tell us a little about the energy transition in the context of emerging countries and how Petrobras sees that transition. How are you inserted in this context? Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank this invitation to be here. It's an honor listening to people that have a lot to say. 2 panels ago, we listened to Wanda, and that was very touching, I think, to all of us here. Well, so speaking of the Brazilian scenario, and even Latin America and the Caribbean, because we have a lot of similarities, it's a great effort in the sense of historical investments, efforts by society itself to reach the point where we are today. A matrix, as you mentioned, an energy matrix in Brazil, which is 48% in renewables, electric matrix 92% renewable, our transportation matrix 25% renewable. That's not for free. It came through lots of effort, public policies, effort by the society. There's a cost behind it. And as a society, we embraced that idea and we advanced. This doesn't leave us in a comfortable position as if we didn't have challenges. We do have challenges. And I think one of the major points that this Congress is shedding light on is when we talk about fair energy transition. We have already made a long way in terms of Brazilian energy transition, but we still have some liability to deal with. Differently from other scenarios, other economic models, which have already advanced in terms of social inclusion, in terms of access to energy, we have a challenge to tackle. At the same time that we have the climate urgency to tackle. So, fair transition brings our eyes to beyond decarbonization, beyond the challenge of the effort of less intensity emission products with lower emission, hit cost effective. We also have to think about access to that energy. And guaranteeing access doesn't mean that you have a power outlet. You have capacity to consume the energy as it gets to you. So the landscape, and not only Brazil, but Latin America, when we talk about energy poverty, is a very critical scenario that must be considered in all the trajectories in terms of energy transition. So beyond net zero in 2050 and observing the Brazilian regulations, we have challenges that go beyond what we have to do by 2050 in a landscape of social inclusion different from what we have today. So when we listen about fair transition, leaving no man behind, the Brazilian reality is to rescue those who are already behind, which is very different from other economical models, other realities of countries that have already developed. Our challenge in harmonizing service, the search, favorability to the 17 ODSs is very complex. And clearly, we see studies, and I believe some of them have already been mentioned here today, that go through economical models in optimizing a energy plan that consider other effects as well. Not only the technology challenges of technological development per se, but other challenges as well in terms of guarantee accessible energy for those communities at that particular location, considering their local needs. So today, from the perspective of how Petrobras sees that challenge, we see that in the last few movements by Petrobras, since the creation of the Directory for Energy Transition, a search for bringing investments and opportunities in terms of diversification of our portfolio. Well, we bring that together with the aspects of fair transition. I can give an example from myself. I'm a chemical engineer. I worked in the Research Institute for 25 years. I started working in climate change in the last 2 years, and I started working with human rights in the last 6 months. So the energy transition coming together with climate change, decarbonization, with all those challenges that will lead us to human rights, which is the center of fair energy transition, this is the challenge that we have to face. It's not just a challenge by the companies, it's our challenge. And I'm sure that when everyone listened to Wanda this morning here speaking, everyone was moved. So surely a big company such as Petrobras needs to lead by example. Also, we as professionals, with our influence, our transformation capacities, we also have to search for, with our sensibility, our capabilities, try to transform where we are inserted in our scenarios, trying to have this energy transition that is relevant to the context we are inserted in, which obviously is different from other contexts. We have to search for local solutions that make sense and that will leverage local initiatives. So this is what we are trying to develop at Petrobras. Certainly, it's something that brings a series of transformation in thinking and how to do it. And we're very thankful to the World Business Council to have produced a reference work for us to look for business practices along with the oil and gas industry, bringing references so that we could walk that path in a way that made sense also from the perspective of other scholars in that sense. In the Brazilian context, we have a big challenge, but we have the way paved. We are sensitive to the topic. We have a necessity to advance not only energy transition, but also looking at the other SDGs that are very relevant for the national scenario. Thank you very much. It's hard to talk about decarbonization before we talk about nature-based solution. How we can even have a bigger role by Brazil in terms of decarbonization. I'd like to take the opportunity, since Plinio is here, and ask him to comment a little bit more about these issues regarding nature-based solutions, considering that soon we're going to have COP in the city of Belém, and then we're going to have the Amazon and Brazil even more in the center of those discussions. And indeed, we have to look for solutions that financially help us to guarantee that the forest will be standing there. Plinio, could you comment a little more about solutions that you see should be prioritized and how we can guarantee the expansion of this kind of service in Brazil? Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Marina, for the invitation. Well, let's do it. I think Belém is a long way ahead the COP that is around the corner is a month from now in Dubai. And there are a lot of serious issues to tackle in Dubai. And with the most recent conflicts, is a COP that, well, there's some suspicion before because it's an oil country that has in its GDP the fossil industry. Here we have a representative from the sector, probably the most important company in Brazil. So we still have a long way to be in Belém. So I'd like to bring this time-based context. We are heading now, so COP in Belém will be COP 30, correct? So we've had already 30 COPs. And for those who are not really part of the dynamics of COPs, I personally joined the last 11 or 12. Some people have participated in all of them, and they have much more of a track record to speak of. The advancements, they are incremental. Sometimes you even have that feeling that no advancement was made, and then it seems that one particular COP, we advanced in a big leap, as was mentioned here, the Glasgow COP, where we defined something very important, which was the carbon markets topic. And I will already connect with nature-based solutions in the Brazilian landscape, which, as Pavan mentioned in the previous panel, it is where it makes the most sense.
Even though we have a long time ahead of us for this to take place, there is very short time for us as a country, Brazil, to do our main housekeeping tasks, which is, turning around the deforestation history we've had in our country, the illegal deforestation. Within Brazil, COP is not going to be measured as a result for COP. And even though this is a symbolic, a symbolic initiative like COP 30, and we have these rounded up numbers, the influence we have is going to be given, at least to the Brazilian society, for us. This is going to take place when Brazil is able to receive the COP and demonstrating through official numbers and not the numbers we have every month and every week that we have turned around the deforestation trajectory. It's like an interest rate. We have a decrease interest rate curve when it comes to connections with the deforestation. Brazil is going to have more or less influence depending on the way it stands in 2 years' time. And that is not that long a time frame because we have a regulation structure and control that is being rebuilt in the country. So I think that this is the most important message that places us in this scenario. When it comes to nature-based solutions, this is the most relevant topic for the country because this may be obvious to a lot of people, but it's important to say that we go against the other way when it comes to the rest of the world, because emissions come from the burning of fossil fuels in other countries. And in Brazil, this is not true, even though we have Petrobras and a large exploration of oil in the country. Most of our emissions come from using the land. And when it comes to using the land, historically, most contribution comes from deforestation. So the question is, how do we use the instruments that we have available within the menu of climate change funding in favor of the solutions, the forest, and the carbon storage, as people said in the Syngenta panel? How do we do that in benefit of restorations of our forests? Because all of these activities are connected with biodiversity. So there is one way which is for us to connect to this climate change by offering this solution to the world and receiving funding from the world when it comes to investment in restoration and preservation and management of federal public areas, taking into account the importance of traditional territories and indigenous territories, the social environmental safekeeping. And from the point of view of the country, this is the most important tool we can attract to our benefit. And at least after Glasgow, when it comes to the climate convention, we do have a menu allowing us to have access to these resources and to bring investments back to Brazil. Now, the building of the narrative and the arrangements, which are going to be public and private, we're a private company. We are on the private side of things, but we have a huge amount of arrangements in public. And this is the connection. And I'm going to wrap this up by saying that we also mentioned that carbon is going to get to those out in the field. And connecting to the net zero panel, I'm going to bring 3 very quick data from a study that has been publicized recently, I think last week, in the ecosystem marketplace, with the support of several institutions, CI, Women in Business, and several other ones like CDP. And the study is all wind on climate. And in over 7,000 companies reporting climate disclosure and climate targets. They compared companies that use offset and carbon credits, that use this kind of an instrument because of the demand, so buying credit so they can fund the activities that generate credit, and compare that with companies that don't do that. And the results are quite interesting because they demystify the idea that when you buy carbon credit, you're taking a shortcut and not the main pathway. I'm going to give you 3 pieces of data that are a conclusion of this survey. From the point of view of climate performance, companies that use credit have an absolute reduction of CO2 in the scopes 1, 2, and 3 by 59%, and those who don't have it have a 33% reduction. That's a sample of over 7,000 companies. Even though they're reducing a little bit, every year they are reducing 59% versus 33%. That goes for reduction, and that has to do with the 3 main scopes of reduction. Companies that use that have 3.4 times higher use of science-based targets than companies that don't, okay? Companies that use that are more transparent and more accountable. It's always difficult to translate that across, but they import 1.2 times more to CDP than companies that don't. And for scope 3, which is the main challenge for the society, not just one company, because that's kind of the hot topic, they do 2.5 times more than companies that don't. So the companies that are using it, they're doing 2 things. They're acting faster, they're mobilized, they are internalizing the carbon price within their activities because they're paying and using a credit for what I sell, so that's a cost within their structure. And this is just a small sample. We're talking about an offset that is lower than 2% of the emissions. So if we go from 2 to 5, we're talking about a mobilization of billions of dollars, which can be allocated, depending on Brazil and other tropical countries, that can be applied in nature-based solutions, which in the next decade or in the next 2 decades are going to be a lot more efficient than technological or technology-based solutions. And we're only going to reach net zero when we get to almost a full reduction close to 2050. And even then, in the fossil industry, of course, we're going to be issuing emissions. There is no zero emissions future. But this difference may come not from technological base, but through the nature-based initiatives to have a compensation. So this is the country development structure. So we have to be very careful as to how we conduct this. And in order to wrap this up, I have seen a renewed effort from the country, from the federal government or state government, as well as the private sector. We all move down that path. That takes us along that particular journey as long as we reduce deforestation rates drastically. Otherwise, we're not going to be taken seriously. And that's it. Thank you, Pliny. That is really interesting to see this kind of a correlation between the commitments that companies have had publicly particularly from the offset point of view, and their commitment to reducing emissions over time. This is crucial for us to be able to get there in 2050 and achieve the results. And definitely I don't see any other path other than developing solutions like that, which go through nature-based approaches so we can achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And talking about the curbing of emissions, since Daisy is here, we know that you have a lot of experience in these areas such as deforestation fighting solutions. So I'd like to ask you to build upon this topic a little more so we can understand how we fight deforestation and how you perceive the cooperation between the government and the private sector companies so that we can get to this reduction over time. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Congratulations, Marina, and all the CEBDS team for the high quality of the event. Talking about deforestation is also talking about climate emergency with the global team and the threat for food security and the economic impact, the direct economic impact that the FAO has brought over, saying that we have losses at 70 million tons of cereals and 40 million tons of fruits and vegetables that coming from climate impact. So when we talk about deforestation, we're talking about the whole lot. As part of the agricultural chain, Varda is part of Yara. Yara is a Norwegian fertilizer company that has been in the market for over 100 years. So the concern about this is huge, and the sense of responsibility is as huge as well. So when we talk about this, we're fully aware of the responsibility we all have regarding that. And when it comes to public-private cooperation, this is extremely important and crucial for addressing such topics. A lot has been said in the past, and even in today's panels, about the pre-competition collaboration in the earlier panel, the traceability issues, and all of that is crucial for deforestation. So when we approach this under the light of public aspects, we cannot forget regulatory issues, which is really important. And when we talk about paying for environmental services, that means how to value a standing forest. When we talk about the private initiative, what kind of a practice can one bring to the table, and how is one to make some issues more democratic, such as access to technology, so that this can gain a lot more traction and strength over time. So I'm talking about regenerative agricultural practices, how to recover degraded areas, avoiding new areas to be open for agriculture, how to bring about issues that are still not in that advanced a stage for debate to our daily operations, like the integration of crops and cattle farming and forests. These are topics that are growing in importance in Brazil, but they need a lot more traction. These requires a lot of attention so we can help this call to arms, so to speak. When we want to make this more democratic, we bring an initiative that we have called Global Field ID. And in order to explain the solution, I need to get to what we call talhão in agriculture. It's easy when we are on a plane and we look down on Earth and we see those geometrical forms. And that's what we call a talhão, which is basically a crop field where we can differentiate the different crops. So in agriculture, everything is based on the crop fields. We manage farms in crop fields, when we talk about input items and seeds and pesticides and everything, we talk about that from the point of view of the crop field. So we are mapping all of the crop fields all over the world at our company, and we are placing a universal ID code as if it was like a social security number of that crop field, so that the data sharing practices are easier. So when one wants to talk about the specific data, we all use the same naming convention, talking about the same type of crop field. And it's really important when we talk about deforestation and carbon markets, because I can use that for monitoring of such practices, either at a daily level for grains or any kind of crop that comes from non-deforested area, and we can contribute to the integrity of the carbon credit system when we work with carbon credits for a whole farm, and I link those carbon credits to a specific crop field. This is a lot easier to do the measure, report, and verification system, the MRV that we call. These practices are really good, and they bring about technology, innovation, and the digital to our daily operations. And that is crucial for sustainability and for nature-based solutions. How to anchor that to digital solutions that are innovative, and how to anchor that within a technology that is democratic. When I talk about democratic, this solution is something that is not doesn't come at a cost for producers. So I can get a 1-hectare farmer or a 50-hectare farmer. Both of them have access to the same kind of technology with no additional cost, so that this can help making the segment more democratic, and for us to be able to, in a much faster and easier and less costly manner, to monitor and address issues such as the deforestation one. Thank you very much, Daisy. Well, with that, we have covered a lot of different ground for several sectors, and we're able to identify that not only the development of new technologies and the search for new solutions by companies, and the need for us to include new groups and think in a fair transition, looking for nature-based solutions. All of these are topics that are apparently disconnected, but they tie into the big picture so that we can pursue and have the hope to achieve in a few years the so dreamed net zero. It's not going to be an easy journey. We do have a lot of time ahead of us, but time's playing against us. And we do know that even though some companies and some countries have had some strong and fast advancements over the years, there is a lot of resistance from some countries and some sectors for us to be able to evolve in a fast and consistent manner along the next years. I'm sure that in the future we're going to be talking about this quite a lot, and the support by each and every one of us is crucial for us to be able to cause this to happen in a favorable manner for our country in particular and for the rest of the world. Thank you very much for the members of the panel in Brazil and outside Brazil, and thank you very much for all of you in attendance today. Thank you very much, everyone. Please, can you move to the left of the stage so we can take a picture? Bianca, just hang in there. We're going to take a picture of everyone, and your face is on the screen now. So put on a big smile, and we're going for a picture. That was lovely. Thank you very much. Well, the topic of the sixth panel of the day is the importance of the sustainability reports in the ESG agenda. So before we convene the panel, I want to invite Ricardo Mastrocchi, our Executive Director for CEBDS, and we're going to be talking about reporting matters. and we're going to come up with the investment channel for this CEBDS report. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents, boys and girls. It's a great pleasure to be back here on the stage, and I have two fantastic news to give you right now. The first one is we are launching the Reporting Matters initiative, which is kind of an unheard of initiative in Brazil. This has been launched by the World Business Council, and we're bringing this over to Brazil. This was launched in partnership with the Radley Elder British communication agency, and they came up with this methodology for assessing the sustainability reports and integrated reports as well. Starting this year, CEBDS starts adopting this initiative and starts offering to its companies this additional advantage. The target is to improve efficiency of sustainability reports and assessment that are based on such a methodology. And this is going to trigger two products. One is individual for the company, so that they can receive the content of their results and their specific topics. And this has to do with another report which is going to be on the best practices. On top of that, we are going to be talking about the ESG report for markets and investors. This is an attachment for the communication and the sustainability guideline, which is a pioneering activity by CEBDS, which has become a pioneer initiative for communication on sustainability since 2019.
It was produced in partnership with Make, and I thank Tatiana Maia-Lins, who's probably present here, also with the support of ABERGE, the Business Communication Association, and ABRE, the Brazilian Institute with Relations with Investors. In 2020, we launched this revision of the guide, and that was necessary to approach topics such as strengthening of the trustability links and also sustainability in the long run for the companies, and also strengthening their reputations. What happened was we saw the ESG agenda becoming more and more important, whether by demand of the investors, legal aspects, or the voluntary desire by the companies in promoting it. So the initiative by the companies to act more ethically, more transparently, and sharing values with all interested parties also has grown a lot since 2020, especially during the pandemic. And that's why the guide dedicated to the topic became necessary. I invite everyone to get to know the material. It is available here in the CEBDS website. Through this QR code, you can have access to it. And finally, I'd like to mention that in 2024, CEBDS will offer to the market a profound training about the topic. Soon, you have more information. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Well, let's then get started with the next panel. I'd like to invite Cesar Sanchez, Executive Superintendent of Sustainability for B3, Viviane Mansi, Director of Communication and Sustainability for Toyota in Latin America and the Caribbean, and President of the Toyota Foundation. Lida Sayori Hossoi, Director of Institutional Relations for UPL, Gabriel Santamaria, Executive Manager for Banco do Brasil, and to moderate it, I'll give the floor to Bruna Villa Todeschini, Sustainability Manager for Lojas Renner. Bruna, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank CEBDS for the invitation to be part of this panel. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure moderate this panel with individuals that have been leading the change in their own companies. This is our 6th panel today. So, speaking a little about the topic, today we were able to discuss very relevant agenda about the topics connected to sustainability. And when we talk about a transition to a low-carbon economy, nature-based solution, the cooperation between public and private sector, so that we're able to enable these net zero targets that we aim at so much. It's now the time to discuss a little bit more governance in this transition. And I'd like to bring a first topic for us to think about. The majority here are in the private sector. Have we mobilized in an orderly manner and also bring a little bit of economy concept, having optimum allocation in our resources, which are limited, so that we can have this transition, so that we can be more effective in this whole process. And beyond doing it, this whole change, this whole transition that we need to do in an orderly manner and optimized. Are we being able to communicate in a standard manner all this information and indicators that are relevant for all of our stakeholders? This is actually not a simple issue to be handled. I think all of our topics on sustainability are very complex to be tackled, and we need a joint effort by different actors. Again, in the beginning of the pandemic, when we had the boom of ESG, many initiatives seem to have become sustainable overnight. Unfortunately, once we have passed this initial feelings, we've been a little bit more ordered towards corporation sustainability in the strategy for the companies. And in that, we see the convergence in management models. What is indeed a management model? Governance, strategy, risk management, targets that have been presented for many different topics of our agenda. Talking about TSFD, climate. More recently, we talk about the TNFD. We talked about biodiversity. And also the report patterns or models. We've been having this conversion when we talk about different types of models converging in bigger models so that we can advance in our agenda. And I also would like to mention the recent EFRS1, talking about management and ESG as a whole, and we also talk about climate. Under that one, they've been regulated in different countries around the world. So this convergence of the standard of the reports is important. So finally, we're kicking off the game and defining its rules. We've never had so many regulation in ESG as we have today, and that point the way in what and how advance this agenda that is so essential for our businesses and all the stakeholders, because it becomes more and more evident that sustainability must be part of the strategy that we have in our businesses, so that our businesses can be perennial and survive in the long run. So without any further ado, and considering all those aspects, this is a favorable moment to discuss about management, communication, transparency, and our sustainability reports. So here we have the participation of 4 different professional and leadership representatives that have been promoting this change in their respective companies, so that we can have this transition to a more sustainable future. I'd like to start with the first question to Cesar from B3. Cesar, we know that to improve the efficiency in the sustainability reports in a company from the financial department, we have to consider specific aspects to the financial area and the social responsibilities of the company. Can you tell us how companies in finance have incorporated ESG criteria in their investment decisions and loans, and how to integrate this sustainability strategy to the strategy of the business as a whole? Well, thank you, Bruna. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure being here. Thank you for the invitation, CEBDS and its team, for the invitation, for the organization. This is a wonderful event. Very well. I'd like to start with a few numbers and some context. The size of the challenge. According to the IPCC, something like 2.4 trillion tons of CO2 we have already produced this emission since the beginning of Industrial Revolution. So all human beings. So we're talking about 50 billion of CO2. It depends, numbers vary according to the source, but the number is still very high. And the challenge of hitting net zero by 2050. We have a few studies, and again, it varies according to publication, but I'm going to use this number in terms of investment. We're going to need something around $275 trillion to reach net zero by 2050. Well, just to give you the big picture, what do we have available today in public markets, in the stock market for investment? Something around 130, 140 trillion dollars. This total, according to Bloomberg, about a third already has some sort of connection to ESG. In some way, it is invested and it's connected to sustainability. So, bonds, the expectation is around $150 billion. ESGTFs, maybe $450 billion. The expectation, once again, this is a Bloomberg report, that this market, this total of investments, I mentioned 1/3, right? So we're talking about $42 trillion really connected to ESG. And it might reach $53 trillion by 2025. These are estimates, rough numbers, but they show how important this topic is. Beyond that, the carbon markets, the expectation is that we reach $1 trillion this year. More than $850 billion is the compliance market. The voluntary market doubled its size in the last 2 years, reaching $2 billion. So those are substantial numbers, but we're going to need a whole lot more in terms of capital allocation. The meeting of the World Bank took place in Marrakesh recently, and the meeting of the World Bank IMF, and the idea that they have at World Bank is a little bit different. They want to create a world without poverty. So the idea by the World Bank is to have that focus on the social aspects, but also bring climate along. So those two topics, in my opinion, they are always together. We cannot separate them. It's another sign for the markets about how important the topic is. And from what I understand, the multilateral banks, just as the World Bank and others, will start promoting this integration in their strategy, bringing also climate change with it. They have a role that, the way I see, is very important in risk perception, in the narrative of the investment, in mobilizing the private sector. Indeed, they have substantial volume in investment that they are able to make, but certainly we're going to need the private sector for that transition. The biggest pools of capitals are in the private sector, in the public markets, in the stock markets, so we're going to need that mobilization. Why am I mentioning all those things? To show how big the challenge is and how big this revision will be that we need to undergo. Risk analysis, investment analysis, and for that, it's extremely important that we have access to data. And then, my challenges then begin as well. For us to have access to data, and I've been working with that at B3 we have a platform, and also addressing your question, the platform is called ESG Workspace. Our intention is to gradually bring more modules, excuse me. We launched now a few modules, but we're going to have more modules still. But I'd like to focus in your question about the importance of having reports, disclosure. So I'd like to congratulate CEBDS once again for its initiatives about the report targets, the guide, the publications. I think it's excellent. I think we're going to need more and more to bring that information, education to a large amount of people. Something that raised lots of questions still is the alphabet soup. We had TNFD, ISSFB, and many others, S1, S3, S2. So many initiatives underway. But I'm going to try to summarize them a little bit. The one you mentioned by IRFS or SSB, which is part of the IRFS, has as an objective, as I understand, harmonize those differences using ESFG as a framework. We're going to have governance, strategy, risk, metrics, performance, using then this structure to standardize and make this format more vivid. I think this will help lots of companies. One of the questions I hear is, what kind of standard can I use? There's so many. How do I begin? How can I do my self-evaluation? And my stance is always in the sense of helping companies, always inviting companies to be part of this journey. Doesn't matter if they are in the beginning, in the middle, if they are more advanced along the way, I'm always willing to help. I think it's important for us to walk together, discover together, build together this future of ours. Standardization is important, harmonizing those standards, correlating with international standards. I think this is also something that needs to be taken into consideration. The members of B3, they are companies, investors, financial companies. Just to give you a little bit more of a context, a lot of the investors, well, there are three attention focuses. Environment, so E of the ESG. So climate, we know it's not only climate. We have forests and many other issues as well. For clear reasons. Just to mention, this year we had heat waves, we have wildfires, we had smoke in New York. Here in the country we had multiple events as well. In Spain we had flash floods. So we've been having many events of extreme weather taking place. And this is then an important topic. How can we make this transition without leaving society behind? This is also important, the social aspect. Just transition. And then governance. We're going to have a lot of different topics, committees, compensation. But when we talk about Latin America and Brazil, board members, who are they? What kind of diversity we have? Gender, race, LGBTQ, people with limitations. What those professionals bring to the organization to help face those challenges? Again, the importance of having this information, having this report disclosure. So it's more and more important that we are transparent.
This is one of the basic fundamentals for the exchange: transparency, liquidity, access to information, access to investment, safety. In my opinion, the stock exchange, including B3, they have an important role in facilitating the flow of sustainable capital in scale. So we can definitely fast track the transition. All the capital volumes that I said in the beginning will require an infrastructure and financial products which enable this kind of a capital to find an opportunity. So data, information, reporting, disclosure. The news, to use Brazil's example about what happens in here outside Brazil, are not the best. And then in Brazil we have a series of companies and organizations that are doing a killer job. So it's important for this kind of information to reach investors and stakeholders. And we have to make this available for all of this group of stakeholders. And I promise I'm going to stop in a second. And you asked what we're doing at the B3. We're working at the workspace, which is one of the fronts, and we have launched the diversity index, which is quite interesting. And I'm going to let Gabriel talk pretty soon, and we have ITF associated to the diversity index. So we have a series of indicators or indexes. Out of the 70, we have 10 are basically in ESG, and the importance of that is given the investors a company, because they have an option for investment with their customers and their goals, but it's important for them to have access to information, access to different options for investment, so they can diversify their portfolios and to keep to their targets and goals that they establish with their own clients. So B3 has basically 3 pillars: enforcement of best practices for ESG, the promotion of best practices on ESG, so we have B3 social and B3 education, and the development of products and services. I have covered some indexes: ESG workspace, the diversity indicator or index. So we have several fronts that are being developed as we speak. So there's a lot of work and a lot of trouble for anyone who's willing to embrace this. So we have a challenge ahead of us in several areas. Thank you. Thank you. I think that you have brought up a bit of the debate for the next question, but I wanted you to tell us a little bit about the communication between the financial sector with several stakeholders out there, like investors, customers, and then talking about regulatory agencies. Well, let me give you broad brush strokes, in fact. These are not the only priorities, but we have 4 priorities that involve or entail several series of aspects. One of them, and this is not more important than the other ones, ESG data analytics. This has to do with everything I said about, having access to data, making them available, and having tools for different companies and investors and stakeholders so they can make the best decisions possible. So ESG data analytics, which is huge, and it's extremely important, not just the financial sector, not just for B3, but for several organizations. Another thing is carbon markets. Carbon markets are an important topic for the rest of the world. I talked about 50 billion tons for CO2 that are issued every year. So the idea is to have a decarbonization strategy. So it's not a matter of just having carbon markets. We have renewable power, solar power, hydrogen, green metals, carbon markets, and other fronts to reduce emissions substantially. And carbon markets are part and parcel of that solution. They are part of this group of solutions, in fact. I think a broader topic, broader than the carbon market, at least for me, is carbon pricing. So understanding better what the cost of that externality is. So our energy matrix is cleaner than that of many other countries, so we have fewer emissions, but I'm not sure that that is accounted for when it comes to other markets and industries. So this is one of the examples. It's not the only one, but this is meant to make it tangible when it comes to carbon pricing. If we have a better view of that information, of the carbon prices, decision making becomes a bit more substantiated, and one can say, okay, why am I to invest in clean tech? Well, I do my business plan, my investment plan, and then I can justify the decision of why to invest in this particular market. The EOPNTS, the allowances in Europe, 85, 90 euro, you start having a sensitivity for the price of tonnage. I don't remember the prices now, but there are projects of $3, $5, $10, $15, $20. So you gain a little more information and granularity on the cost of carbon. This is a very important topic for us to move forward a lot quicker when it comes to decarbonization. And then for carbon markets that, if we go out of carbon pricing and we go to carbon markets, this is a very important topic for several countries, particularly Brazil. So we're able to find some reports. McKinsey published a report which I'm going to call the new economy, which is additional to Brazilian's economy. So it's a Brazilian economy plus an economy of hundreds of billions of dollars. Then we have wind, solar power, green metals, carbon markets, hydrogen, and so on and so forth. That is an opportunity for job generation, revenue generation, increase or improvement of quality of life, and within carbon markets, what we call voluntary carbon markets. This has a significant relevance in Brazil. B3 is part of the Brazilian initiative for voluntary carbon markets with a series of other organizations trying to understand what the bottlenecks are, what potential solutions it could have to basically unlock this market. And Brazil is going to depend on the kind of reading you choose. But Brazil could be 15% of the whole global carbon market supply. So Brazil could be like, one of the top 5 or one of the largest carbon credit vendors or suppliers all over the world. And this has a significant benefit for communities in Brazil. So how to unlock this market, how to make it grow and make the best use of such opportunities. This is a very important topic, and we're working with a series of leading organizations in Brazil and outside Brazil, which are part of the task force. The other priority is financial products, and we're talking about equity and debt, so funds and FIAGO, FIDIC, FIP. I'm not going to be talking about technical details, but there's a lot for us to talk about. I work with the UK government with a front called Mobilist to increase the number of assets listed in line with the global goals and financial instruments for the debt or the bonds. So we have several green, social, sustainability-linked bonds and a series of other financial products. And last but not least, engagement and communication. It's important for me to get time off my agenda to dedicate to events such as this one, for meetings, so we can communicate this kind of a message. And I want to talk to those who agree with me and those who disagree with me, so we can understand and get to a final understanding, so we can move forward together in this journey.
UK.
Several stakeholders like the UK government and many others, several different associations, NGOs and companies and investors, financial institutions. So I do a communication and engagement work with a series of stakeholders with a view to building and working together towards finding a solution and making the market grow, making the Brazilian market develop. Brazil, I know, I'm basically preaching the vicar here, but Brazil is a fantastic country. We are blessed in so many ways, not just in natural resources, but human resources as well. So I hope and I have this certainty within me that we are going to make the best of these opportunities, and we're going to be able to lead more and more in that particular area. Thank you very much. So now let's move over to Viviane. So Viviane, what are the initiatives that the company and the automotive sector have developed to improve energy efficiency, reduction of carbon emissions, and advancements in electric mobility, about electric cars and hybrid vehicles, and the concern regarding the life cycle of vehicles in this sector? Folks, thank you for the invitation, CEBDS, and all the representatives and those who are involved in this topic. As Cesar talked a little bit here, I wanted to cover some areas that are really important. By means of the specific activity Toyota is working on and our commitments, we are able to show how we filter through this broad scenario that Cesar has mentioned. For a transportation company, the environmental issue is the pressing matter, because in our daily operations, if we had to talk about something that adds to a problem, maybe having cars out on the road is one of the first things that we remember, because that's very near and dear to all of us. That's not completely wrong, because globally speaking, transportation, air, land, and sea, we're talking about 1/4 of the emissions when it comes to CO2. In Brazil, a little less, it's less than 10%, but in the world that needs to be zero, everyone has to give their 2 cents. We cannot look from the point of view, look, we have more or less contribution. We have our contribution to offer. So we look at that from this point of view. So how do we look at that, and how do we work on that in-house? And then I will talk about communication. Since we use a lot of material that SEDEX publicizes, CEBDS publicizes regarding what to say and why it's important to say it. I'd say that most of these materials are used in-house because we go through an awareness period of the mindset of those who make decisions on an everyday basis, because I look for OSDs or other goals is really important. So it's not just a matter of looking into sales or production or emissions. I need a broader understanding of what the company is building and how we can work together to reduce those numbers. So communication starts from our door inwards, and how do I engage people so that they can make the agenda work faster? And to be quite honest, sometimes working on an ESG schedule to make it move faster, it's not like changing the world, but paying the bills by changing the world. So what are the lines that we could be working with so that we could move faster? So we need that talk in-house. The objective effect of that is that, I approve a lot of investments in that area, so the company looks for me to say, look, there is a cool project with good decarbonization. How much does it cost? 20 million. And then they say, how long are we going to need to pay for that? And they say, look, I don't know. I said, look, let's go back, because I need to think that and think about that and make sure that we make ends meet. And now all the projects that come to our office come in quite quickly and in a very fantastic manner, in a feasible way to make it work. Things have been working out, and we're really satisfied to see Toyota as one of the main ESG companies in Brazil. So in-house, we celebrate that a little bit, but we also say, look, this is a responsibility, because the reputation is the last mile. This is what happens when everything else works, when all decisions that are made work. So being on the top 10 requires us an additional responsibility. And how to handle that? Is the data looking good? And if it's not, how do I make it look better? So we use that from our door inward, so in-house, and we use this kind of a criteria to be more specific as to how we can communicate to customers out the door to avoid greenwashing in a world that has a lot of hardship for information. We need to be very specific towards people and what we're saying. So one of the main commitments with Toyota is the fleet decarbonization. You may be hearing a lot about electric cars, and I suppose that no one has anything against electric cars. But electric cars will take a long while to reach Brazil. It's going to reach us, but it's going to arrive faster here. But how can I get it to arrive to the whole of Brazil? And we have biofuels in here, and in the past, the Brazilian ethanol was considered to be something that belonged only to Brazil. And now, most of the times, we're sharing that experience with other countries like India, Indonesia, and I could name a dozen countries here, because they're trying to learn, because this can be a solution for them to achieve their targets, For all of the electric cars in Brazil, 60% belong to Toyota. I'm talking about 77,000 cars. 66,000 are produced in Brazil, and we generate revenue and jobs in Brazil. These are hybrid cars that came into being because of our energy matrix in Brazil to show how good they are to other countries. So are we ignoring electric cars? No, they're part of our strategy, but we cannot place electric cars everywhere. You know the reality in Brazil. Well, let's consider Japan. Our strategy for electrified cars in Japan is, hybrid cars. Why? Because over 30% of the energy matrix in in Japan, is coal. So I cannot just relocate the problem. I cannot just transfer the problem to the electric matrix. In Brazil, we can afford that if we supply, 90% of the cars sold in Brazil are flex. You can fuel them by gasoline or ethanol. If you use ethanol, you are reducing your emissions by 50% at least. And when you think about hybrid and flex cars, which is the technology that Toyota is doing here, so we're reducing our emissions by almost 70%. So these are not today's solutions. They have been around for a few years, considering infrastructure, energy matrix, and we keep working on that. What does that mean? It means thinking about green hydrogen. So we have Mirai, which is the largest hydrogen-based car in the world. You're going to hear about that because Toyota is the Olympic Games sponsor. So in Paris, you're going to see all of the athletes and the business people done based on Mirai. In Brazil, we have Mirai engaged in an initiative with USP, led by Shell, to try and understand other fuel pathways, because we're going to think only about new cars. We have to think about what we do with the whole Brazilian fleet that is in there. So we're committed to that. So we start in-house. The communication is relevant, but it needs to be contextualized. We have a lot of commitments, and I have a short time, and I'm trying to stick to my time here. Of course, we're going to look into the product issue within Toyota, because that's critical, but that doesn't end there. We involve the whole chain. I have a series of commitments with vendors and with our dealerships. It's important to get there, but it's important to get there together. It's important to do good things today, tomorrow, and always, and that's our commitment. We use communication as a way to move ahead in this kind of a debate. I'm using this because this is quite material in my area for E, S, and G. Thank you.
Nice. It's important for us to have this inner reflection so that we can advance this agenda and then be able to communicate outwards. If we could talk quickly about the main indicators that you've been monitoring to measure the advancement of this transition, Lydia. Well, all this is published, so I'm not going to take your time with it, and then you can actually give me a feedback if this is being well communicated. But we had this important change globally because we had very internal indicators, and what we did was to align it with global narratives so that what we communicate is more comparable to what the market does, because it helps the understanding of where we are and where we're heading to. So this was a first measure that we took recently. Aligning, establishing a way of communicating that is more easily perceived by our listeners, whether investors or society as a whole. This was our first important decision. The second that I would mention that we did here in Latin America and the Caribbean that I'm responsible for is change a little bit of our governance, how we see ESG. Although my area is, let's say, it's an area that is a liaison in the whole package of ISG, all of our regional managers have ESG commitments that are declared and that will be pursued throughout the year. Why is that important? Because this gives the vision as a whole, systemic vision. We can make decisions that make more sense in the long run and not only short-term decisions. Those are things that turn tables in terms of mentality. These are turning points. It's to play the game together. So we do that in-house, and also we do that with our chain. These are the two main points that we take care of as far as how we advance this agenda.
having a more and more comprehensive communication about it. And to wrap up, reports are extremely important. It's as if it's a knot of an ecosystem. It's essential for people to understand what we do because it has its own language. If anchors everything we do because of the context, the data, we have to work 360 in our communication. I have to be where our people are. So sometimes we have to be in the digital environment, sometimes to our social projects, to our vendors. Paper will always accept everything because we have instruments for that. And then we lean against greenwashing, social washing. How can we get away from that? We have to talk to people and promote those changes. That's right. Each public has its own language, and we have to reach all of our publics when we talk about our stakeholders. Gabriel, now bringing a question to you. Considering the growing importance of sustainability in the financial markets, how can Banco do Brasil continue, because we know it is a company that is really focused in the topic, how can you continue to support this transition to a low-carbon economy and sustainable practices among clients and partners? Very nice. Thank you, Bruna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here, being able to share some of the bank's experience. I'd like to thank Marina, the Brazilian Business Council. It's a pleasure being here. Banco do Brasil has a series of practices today recognized by different indexes and rankings as one of the more sustainable banks in the world. But we have a mission that beyond being a sustainable bank, it is to support our clients, partners, and society in this transition to a more inclusive and greener economy. Sure, this is a role by the financial sector. Of course, I have to improve my internal practices, but the greatest transformation is how we allocate capital. If we talk about our portfolio, which is 1 trillion, more than 50% is connected to the sustainable initiatives, microcredit, family agriculture, sustainable agriculture, and so on. This is one of the ways that we can bring positive impact, fomenting sectors that have that perspective to use those companies that are already sustainable and boost them with credit, and those who are already in the journey, we help with education, solutions. This other front, which I think it's worth mentioning, I talked about credit, but how can we customize solutions that meet the demands of that client, considering their moment, what that company is going through? So we've been putting forward lots of effort in this matter. Also credit for mobility, and you have different price. If your car is electric or hybrid, your rates would be different. You have a extended payment period, and this we've been working like that more and more. Cesar mentioned, yesterday we were at B3, we launched a program where we allocate capital in those companies that have a big quantity of diversity in their board. Those are movements we've been working with. Also trying to bring more information so that our sales force are able to direct the best clients, the best product to the best client in supporting this transition. So very briefly, I don't know if that clock is correct or not, but I just wanted to leave this brief contribution. Yeah, let's work to try to work within the time limit that we have. The second question is about mapping and monitoring the ESG metrics. They have an important role in decision-making in finance. How does Bank of Brazil incorporate these issues in managing its activities when we talk about generating value to its multiple stakeholders? That's very nice. I think the main point in our case, and also sharing some of our learning experience in this journey, is that sustainability is indeed part of our corporate strategy. When you talk about scorecard bank, we have also these issues that encompass sustainability. And of course, they impact the compensation for the 125 workers that are part of the Banco do Brasil group. So all the workers that are part of the bank. So we can also evaluate if we are hitting those targets that were defined previously. And one instrument that has been very successful, it's the main fomenting instrument for social environment practices, is our sustainability plan, Agenda 30BB, which has been around since 2005. We have it available in our website of sustainability by the bank, and we had interesting learning experiences there. Almost 20 years with this agenda. Every 2 years it is updated, and we have actions, indicators, metrics for the next 3 years. And what's interesting is that we have a small team, but those who become a sponsor and is responsible for the delivery, it's exactly the other areas of the bank, products, people, and this also brings a lot of power to this agenda. Not only in governance, where we have all the reports, and also bringing that to the market, and the bank's report, we've been explaining how each of those points have been evolving, but also this allows us to improve continuously this sustainability agenda. And also, briefly, I want to say that throughout this process, and the last time was now in August when we launched this agenda, we had 140 indicators, more than 30 directors involved in this delivery, so we can understand and have a good diagnosis where we performed really well, where our gaps are, understanding what the best practices are, have some benchmarking, and from it, understanding all the indicators and how each one will make their contributions. And also, materiality we do, because sustainability is very transversal and it encompasses different areas. So when I talk about materiality process, which many of you know, it helps with transparency, report, but also with management. So I consult my clients from all segments, investors, shareholders, regulators, to help me in this process of identify actions that need to be developed. And we have logistics supporting governance for the market that allows us to say how we've been evolving and also what the challenges are. Yeah, so it's a clear strategy and it unfolds in all areas. And that makes the process easier so that we can advance in the agenda as a whole. Now, giving the floor to Lydia, I'd like to ask you, what kind of efforts OPL has been doing to have more sustainable and safe agricultural products and also more responsible agricultural practices? Bruna, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of UPL. We are an agribusiness company and we have many challenges there. Because if we think about media, the image that the agribusiness has is not positive. It's very unfavorable to sustainability. So our first challenge is to show how we are sustainable. Sure, we have challenges, we have lots of advancement to make, but I think this is some homework we have in our sector. Because we communicate really well among ourselves, in-house, but perhaps to the majority, we are still coming short in that sense. And speaking of sustainable products, sure, I think in our matrix of materials, we identified that more sustainable products must be part of our agenda. It's very important for our sector, for the agriculture, for the regulator, for everyone that we have listened to, and also for UPL, for the company. So when we talk about biosolutions or biological products from natural origins whether microorganisms based, it is a challenge. We don't see today in the short and medium term a solution. We don't have how to make that transition from the chemical to the biological. We don't have enough technology today to promote all those changes, but I think both UPL and other companies are searching for that. We have certain solutions combining the chemical and biological, microorganisms, plants, extracts, or metabolites from microorganisms, and even technologies that even the regulator, we're researching about it, but currently we don't have regulations to be able to register those products. So we're working alongside with the government to find a way to boost the insertion of these kind of products in the market. But when we talk about products, whether chemical or biological, we can have the best of the best, the cream of the crop. But it's not just about handling this technology to the producer, the agriculture. It is how to deliver it. And both in the chemical and the biological. We have to educate, we have to show the agriculture how to use it. Same thing, when you have medicine, there's a whole medical leaflet that explains how to do it. If the doctor doesn't say anything, we're going to take it the way we think how it's done. So in agriculture, it's the same thing. We have to educate those in the field. And in all the partnerships we've done, once they're used properly, and we insist on it, even the chemical one is safe. Sure, we're working towards biological products. Today, everyone is talking about the biological products, but they've been around for many decades. Maybe we didn't have incentives by the government to introduce these kind of products. So much so that the oldest biological products were registered as chemical products. So all these changes are taking place at the same time. It's not just deliver, because we are a company that produces for agriculture. It's not just delivering the product and training, but it's about helping this whole production so that it can be more sustainable. We have many different programs, public, private partnerships to educate the farmer, the producer, on how to use the product the best way possible with the least environmental impact, also protecting human health without any adverse effects. And we also see the whole chain, production chain involved, so that we can have a more sustainable approach. Yeah, this role is really important. We have this ongoing change, and it's not going to happen overnight. We know that. And I think it's an important role. How can we do it as well as possible with the resources we have at hand today? I think this is also important. And if you could quickly talk about how does it work at UPL? Do you have a communication sector with the stakeholders, farmers, NGOs, regulators, to make sure that all the stakeholders' perspectives are considered in the report's disclosure? Well, in this community, we are like a baby, because last month we published our first sustainability report, and it was a very nice experience. We communicate what we do, but perhaps in terms of ESG, we were not structured. We were doing the communication without noticing or being sure that everything that we're communicating in terms of ESG is what is actually relevant for all the stakeholders. So when we indeed started working with ESG, and until we put together the first report, we conducted lots of research, both quantitative and qualitative, to confirm if what's important to UPL is also important to all of our stakeholders. Fortunately, it was confirmed that what we do, yes, it is important, but also we had the opportunity to add a few other material points. So, I think that communication certainly, we had this insight about it. Well, when we report, we also expect those stakeholders to give us feedback if this is what they understand, what they perceive about UPL, or if there's anything we need to do to improve it. So when we talk about ESG and improving communication, that has been something very enriching for us in this journey. Very nice. Well, so just to summarize in terms of what we discussed, bringing the first topic, what Cesar mentioned about how important data is. We need to have more and more access and transparency with our data. I believe that another important topic was also monetizing, adding value to all the initiatives so that we can compare, understand what makes more sense, what doesn't. Also bringing a few of the aspects that Viviana shared about the internal discussion, the reflection, that brings also a maturing perspective so that we can put out there what to us already makes lots of sense. Gabriel also mentioned the importance of the clear strategy and all the unfolding that Banco do Brasil has been doing for many years now. And I think was mentioned also by Lydia that it is a initial steps, but with different perspectives that we need from different companies about how we can have this transition, how we can communicate so that we're able to do things the best way possible.
So when we talk about reports, I understand that reports are going to bring about what it's an internal truth, and it's going to bring out in the clear everything we have been able to deliver. So I think it's important for us to pay attention to not have greenwashing taking place. And this is extremely important for us to do. And this new movements we have in the standardization of things are coming in the sense of being able to deliver the correct information for all of the target audience in there. And I wanted to thank each and every one of you who are here in the theater with us and those who are watching the panel online. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Now it's time for the picture. Excellent. Thank you all for this panel. Before we start the last panel of the conference, I'd like to invite Vanessa Pereira to the stage. She's the coordinator of the Biodiversity and Biotechnology Chamber with the CEBDS, and she's going to introduce the topic. So the word is all yours, Vance. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To those of you in here in the audience and to the online audience, it's a pleasure and an honor to introduce and contextualize such a relevant topic in the biodiversity agenda and for the debate of sustainable development. The loss of biosustainability is alarming over the last decades. And according to the Global Risks Report for 2023, this loss has been leading to a broad range of gradually severe series of topics that are going to be really important over the next 10 years. And Brazil holds 15 to 20% of the biodiversity on the planet. And Brazil can and must lead the transition to a greener economy and to be a key player in this new economy for a fairer, more equitable, and a more positive nature world. And the sustainable scenario is crucial in leading changes and innovations that are mandatory for the business model and the production chain. And this panel and the rest of the day today signify that the moment is now for these changes to take place. At the end of last year, we had an agreement, a global agreement in biodiversity at the last COP, and we want to retain and put a stop to the end of the destruction of nature so we can reach harmony with the globe. And Target 15 is directly connected to the business and corporate scenario. This goal approaches and reports the importance of positive and negative aspects of biodiversity. One of the indicators of Target 15 is the TFND, the Task Force for Nature Financial Reporting. And yesterday and today we have a technical debate by the CEBDS, the Nairobi Biological Conference, to define all of the indicators for all of the targets that are going to be introduced at COP16 at the end of this year. But TNFD is one of the indicators as one of the targets for this basically important Target 15. So CEBDS is a coordinator of the consultation group for TNFD in Brazil. And we have been working since last year and talking a lot about the framework of TNFD that has been through several versions, and the final one has been issued in the Target Week last month. And we work on the capacity building and the scope of projects in the positive nature. And one of the projects is a platform for action towards nature. And in this platform, we have been conducting a pilot of the TNFD in a collective manner through sectorial groups, with a view to generating cases of success for the framework and preparing our companies within that context. The importance of that topic regarding biodiversity and the impacts on biodiversity and positive impact for nature is the main motivation for the panel today. Particularly when we think about the contextualization of challenges for measuring and reporting impacts for biodiversity by companies that operate in super diverse countries such as Brazil, with distinct biomes with specific features. So I move over to Belém so we can start this panel, and here we're going to have companies talking about their cases, their experiences, and the challenges of operating in such a diverse country. And TNFD is going to be talking about specific topics regarding this new standard. So thank you very much. Thank you, Vanessa. After this brief lecture, there is nothing left to do other than calling upon our speakers and lecturers. So I'd like to call upon, for panel 7, the role of business in the transition for a positive future towards nature. This is going to be a half-an-hour panel. So I call about Philip Arango, Technical Advisor and Pilot Lead for TFND. I call upon Fernando Facchini, Sustainability Head at Natura. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to call upon Letícia Guimarães, a specialist in biodiversity within Valor. Letícia, take it away. Hello, can you hear me? Excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CEBDS, for inviting us and for organizing such an important panel. Vanessa has brought up the scenario here and the context of what we have been doing, and over the last 3 years we have switched the biodiversity mode on, and this is an interlinking topic for several areas, climate, water, communities, people as a whole, and under that light of trying to understand the loss in biodiversity, and not just the loss, but understanding how our businesses depend on biodiversity. And it's not just understanding, it's noticing that. We're going through extreme climate changes, and I don't have to repeat what the Amazon is going through these days. We have water supply problems with our operations, lack of pollinizers for our cultivation, and this is the reality. And for us, it's important to understand how much we rely on nature, what our interdependencies are, and what the main impacts are on top of such dependencies and reliances, and how we rely on our neighbors as a society. So under that light, I'd like to ask Felipe what the role of the FND and what the framework has been in support to business in the impacts and reliances for the report. We have been talking about reports today, about the way we report and the needs of our investors and societies to understand what the impacts are. Thank you, Leticia. Thank you for your support, and thank you, CEBDS, for inviting us and for being such an important ally for TNFD. The last 2 weeks have been very meaningful and really important. When I was talking about this, Vanessa said that we launched the framework of TNFD after 2 years of an open innovation process, and today is an honor to launch it officially in Brazil, thus reinforcing the invitation for having pioneering companies in the country to adopt and to subscribe to this framework. The main role of TNFD is to direct financial flows towards positive results for nature, thus getting these results away from negative impacts for nature. Of course, all the economy relies on nature, so the financial models and the business models related to these financial models can generate both positive or negative impacts. TNFD, with the members of the task force, where Natura and Susana represent Brazil, and many other companies in financial sector that provide numbers, they have come up with a task force with two main roles. One of them to establish a socialization marker, because these risks to nature are mysterious, they are mobile, and they are invisible. They accumulate over time, and they manifest themselves all of a sudden. So it's difficult for the financial market to make the right decisions and for the society to make the right decisions if there is no transparency. So this marker of socialization, TNFD wants to have an internal marker to make the risks and opportunities towards nature more visible. Another role for TNFD, which is really important, has to do with establishing a management tool. The market speaks beyond the socialization of the nature topic, because it's quite a complex one over the last 2 years, and then using the feedback from 240 companies that are piloting this marker, our landmark, as we usually refer to it, for science-based evidence when it comes to GRI and GDP. So we have developed the LEAP tool, The LIP tool enables companies to assess and identify impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities that in connection to nature, so they can produce their statements, so that when companies tell the story of how they took nature into their governance and their strategies, this is a risk management and an impact management system, and how they came to develop metrics and targets towards nature. They have to have a complete management tool behind that. So this is the second role of the TNFD, providing guides and management tools for the organizations. And this is available as a sectorial level and guides for different biomes. And a very important guide that we had the opportunity to be engaged with is one of engagement with indigenous people and local traditional communities. And the third role that TNFD has, on top of the socialization landmark and the tools for us to move management ahead, has to do with data. Over the last 2 years, we have been the catalyst of a group of organizations that are collecting data on the state of nature. Nature had never spoken to us before as it does today. So this generation cannot say that, look, we didn't know that it was important to redesign the financial system and the economic system. We do have satellites, we have sensors on the land, we have acoustic equipment to measure biodiversity, and a series of information regarding nature that are at the level of the companies and at the governmental level, as well as global platforms. So we are sharing a scope and paper so we can, inform the public about how Brazil's advanced on biomes and other tools to gather data on the state of nature. Later on, I'm going to tell a bit more, but the three main roles of the TNFD are these ones, a landmark for transparency, management tools, and the gathering of data on nature so that this data can be available for financial institutions and for corporations. Yeah, very good. Data is really important. We need to, organize data because they're not always ready there and directed, because we always have a lot of tools and these are not available in such a consolidated list as that of the TNFD framework. And then I wanted to ask Fernanda how you perceive this new framework and all of the new tools and the roles they play in helping big companies in Brazil, as well as what the challenges are, because Brazil is a super diverse country. We're not talking about just a little bit of data. We have several layers for assessment, and I wanted to understand a little bit of that, what the role is for supporting that and what the challenges are. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CEBDS, for inviting me. This is a big challenge for the last panel after such a good debate on the stage here. And I believe that the main topic for me is I wanted to congratulate TNFD because it's really interesting to see the way they started building the methodology with an open innovation model in a collaborative manner, hearing the parties and Vanda mentioned being heard, so institutions have been heard and communities have been heard, as Felipe mentioned. So all of that is quite new, and there are several indicators in here. And Natura for over 20 years has been working on biodiversity, and we are, in contact with all of the alphabet soup, like, the RFS and the indicators of our integrated report, but I believe that there is regal room for construction, for evolution and collaboration. When we look into large large corporations in Brazil, we have the challenge of the large proportions of operations we have in Brazil, and Natura has a huge operation in Latin America. So we always move into a new level of complexity because we're not talking about the same risks or impacts in different countries, even when we're referring to the Amazon biome. I think the main challenge is for us to continue working in a collaborative manner, and CEBDS has been an open channel to promote this conversation with companies. But we need to try things out. As we said in other panels, being able to normalize information and place it in a more organized manner, the amount of data we have out there, and being able to tell the difference between good practices and practices that are not necessarily at the same level of operation that we need and that the country needs, and the weather emergency and the loss of diversity or biodiversity, in fact, has been crucial for that. I was reading data from the World Economic Forum saying that almost $44 trillion in the economic operations in the world rely on biodiversity, from cosmetics to food items to agriculture and pharmaceutics. Economy can have a deep impact, so it's important for us to have a framework that helps us move in financial flows and position them in a correct manner. I believe the invitation is for all of the companies to join this process, as we said earlier. This is the collaboration process, which has been built by many hands representing a lot of parties. That's going to be a lot sturdier, and that will cause us to be in a stronger level for ESG and biodiversity management. Yes, CEBDS is giving us the opportunity to work on a platform with a joint pilot program, and we've had the opportunity to work together in the consultative team, bringing about feedback. So I would like to thank the NFT and congratulate them for the pilot program. And in the final version, we see that several of our feedbacks are represented in there. So this is a collaborative process, and it's important to reflect different realities. And Felipe, I wanted to ask you to tell us about the main topics regarding the new version of the adaptation when it comes to super diverse countries.
Well, it's good that it's reflected in this open renewal. I think one of the main topics to highlight here in my final words is alignment. So we need to have this alignment with the global marker in diversity, with the real world. And we always had this intention of being really aligned to TSF structure, using the same pillars and the TSFD as the one I'm going to mention. In the last version, we had even more intentional alignment. And we need to have that exactly to pave the way for an integration and the accounting standards. After all, we have to take nature into consideration, and the deepest level of doing that is having accountability standards, always with jurisdictional normatives, as CCRD in Europe. That was really intentional, and we have the final version now. There's a very important version that arose with the Indigenous International Forum for Biodiversity for 2 years with the support of YUCM. We talked to important indigenous leader representatives from all the world, actually. And one of the aspects that were highlighted in the governance pillar, and it's something that is not present in the TSFD, is the necessity for the transparency by the company in terms of human rights, and in particular, when we talk about the fundamental rights by the indigenous peoples and the local communities. And we need the engagement to respect those rights, but also enriching the issues connected to nature with the traditional knowledge and the perspective of the indigenous peoples and local communities. In the pillar of strategy, I'd like to highlight the importance of the place, the importance of location. When we talk about strategy and transition plans, as we talk about resilience, when we talk about climate, the importance of the location, it's not as substantial. It might be for climate adaptation, but a ton of carbon in Bogota is the same as a ton of carbon monoxide in Nova Delhi. So the company needs to prioritize which locations, and also the financial sector must to prioritize where they're going to have those criteria for ecologically sensitive locations when we talk about the biodiversity or because it's been degraded in a worrisome level. The transition plans, the objectives, the metrics that the company will utilize have to do with objectives in terms of business model, portfolio, but also about how the ecosystem will maintain itself. And in that sense, it's in the pillar of objectives of the framework. Strengthen our alignment when we talk about the targets for nature with ESBTN that works with something subjective in terms of natural capital. And lastly, also highlight the importance of traceability. When the company is going to describe a risk management description and impact, it's essential that we have traceability, whether upstream or downstream, when we talk about the raw material that is very detailed and also that can tell the story of positive and negative impacts. We have a great opportunity here, as it's been highlighted in the previous panels, about the Brazilian companies and the financial sector in Brazil, taking the advantage of being global capital or natural capital, as Pavani mentioned, and differentiate itself through business models and how it's leveraging those opportunities. Yeah, indeed, TFND, you were able to bring all the framework inside and be very inclusive. And you mentioned today, and also Wanda talked about being listened, the importance of listening to the communities and the traditional communities, the indigenous communities. We're going through a moment without dialogue, without partnership. We're gonna get nowhere like this. So it's about telling your stories from data, whether indicators or not. This is important. And thinking about the communities, the traditional indigenous peoples, we have to think that they are great conservators of the forests, biodiversity. At Natura, I know you have a lot of interface with the traditional communities. I had the opportunity to visit a community with Priscilla last month, and I'd like to understand how you're working, what kind of opportunities you see, how are you working those things. I know you just launched new targets to bring together and strengthen this new pillar of bioeconomy, social biodiversity, let's say the forest economy. Well, Natura has its technological development platform, which is grounded on bioeconomy. Today we have 95% of our formulas with natural ingredients or from renewable origins. And this involves more than 10,000 families. We have 41 ingredients today, and in sustainability, we have the ambition of developing another 15, 16 ingredients, because we believe this is how we're going to promote bioeconomy sustainably. This journey has been around for more than 20 years. We had our ups and downs, lots of learning experiences, but I think it has this outlook of resilience. And this invitation for listening and participation by the populations and the stakeholders. We have learned that we associate technology to traditional knowledge from the peoples and families that live in the region. We have this policy of benefit sharing, so we bring revenue. If we talk about 2022, we're talking about 50 million reais that was transferred from Natura to the Amazon region, whether it is to buy the ingredients or paying for the benefit sharing, access to traditional knowledge of those families. So not only genetic patrimony, but also all the associated knowledge. Because we inspire ourselves in all the traditional knowledge to develop our formulas. This presupposes a big effort, but also lots of partnership. We have today a team in our procurement team that is also always going around the communities, supporting biologists, people that interact with the social aspects as well. And we have worked with the government in paying for environment services. So to us, this is very important, it's essential. And also, when we talk about the ESG outlook, we have the intentions of start running the LEAP stage of the methodology. To us, it's essential to bring this agenda to the center of risk management. Because without this agenda, we have a high risk of business continuity. And I think it's also a concern with the social impact. I think it was talked about here today, perenniality, and also when the companies start interacting with those traditional communities. So it's about consistency. So we understood that it's kind of a basket. It's not just about buying Brazilian nuts from a community. So we composed a basket with different assets so that we could be perennial and constant in this income by the families that many times just live on that. We understand that sometimes we have the carbon credit purchases, and within those communities we're able to combine strategies, and we've been working regeneration, restoring, buying carbon credits of Red Plus, and now in a beautiful model in agroforest for Palma, which is a cosmetic industry, but it's a monoculture, and we'd like to work with this agroforest system with our partner communities. All this combined guarantees a standard of life and quality for those communities, so that they also have and avoiding the risks of them leaving those communities to live under even worse conditions in urban centers. So what we've been trying to do is have the youth in those families stay there, so that we can guarantee the continuity of such a beautiful story, that has been built throughout many years, both by the indigenous populations and the traditional communities that unfortunately now are really in a fragile position. And I think this panel today, we don't have to say too much. It's clear the impact that they've had with the drought and how much this are making the social aspects vulnerable. And we have that obligation as corporations to act on it and have some sort of solution to mitigate future risks. Thank you. Yeah, it's clear the context we're living. We are going through it. So just to wrap it up, we have here in summary a framework that brings a methodology that can help us in this moment to understand all this process and communicate it So the TF&D, the experience we had, and also Natura's experience, and also what Philippe shared, can be a great tool to support us in that path. So, to close it, in one sentence, what could you say, from different perspectives, what the next steps and recommendations are moving forward? One sentence, a little challenging one. I think the next step needs to be continue to look at the complexity and to see how this framework will be applied. So indeed apply it for us to be able to bring recommendations of improvement, because I think it's a continuous improvement process. So my recommendation is, here is the invitation for people and companies to apply and learn with the method, because that's how we're going to bring it to the proper level. Well, I would say starting. Risks and opportunities related to nature already are there, placed in the business models, in the contexts, in the investment portfolios. The tools are already there. We have a guide to get started. In one sentence, I also invite you to check the TNFD website and become one of the companies committed to adopt this framework for 2024, 2025. In January, we'll be publishing the list of all the global companies that are committed to this transparency exercise. And as the event here says, it would be awesome if Brazil is a protagonist in this change. Very well. Thank you, everyone, those who joined us till the end, and we're together in this journey. Thank you, Felipe, Fernando, Letícia. It's time for our picture. Well, thank you. We are reaching the end of the event. Let's see what the images look like, those we created along this Sustainable Congress today. Oh, we're gonna have the picture. Wow, diverse. Very nice. Can you see yourselves there? See, those who remember the water cube in Beijing 2018? Now, it's with great honor that we're going to start our award ceremony, CEBDS Prize for Female Leadership. The idea is to recognize the role taken by the women in the business sector, also fomenting gender equality. With this prize, CEBD is celebrating the role of the women in sustainability as well, heading to the targets of sustainable development. The prize counts on two different categories: associated companies that award to executives of our companies and their initiatives with the advancement of the SGAs, and also another category that has the larger number of women in their boards. So we also had another play here that CEBD wasn't part of. According to the candidatures that were received, we had the criteria of eligibility and selection. I'd like to say thank you very much to the judging commission, Agostinho, Adriana, Silvana, and Valéria. Thank you very much. And we also would like to congratulate all the participants and really thank everyone for sharing such inspiring life stories. This is a very important moment and we're really happy about being here today with them. To announce the winners, I'd like to invite to the stage Milena Rosa, Sustainability Manager in South America for Schneider Electric. She was one of the winners of previous editions. She wasn't with us here on that day, but now she is. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here in this illustrious moment for our awarding. I'd like to invite in the categories female leadership and women on the board. I'd like to invite Ana Cristina Viscarcia, Vice President for Banco do Brasil, to receive the prize in name of her President, Tarciana Medeiros. Wow, I'm shaking it here. 2 prizes. Wow. First of all, I'm so proud of being receiving those 2 prizes. It's the first time. It's a moment that consolidates our actions in the bank. I feel moved. I'm going to read so I can be commoted later. First, I'd like to salute everyone here, especially the Brazilian Business Council, on behalf in the name of its president, Marina Grossi. And I'm really happy here to be representing Tarciana Medeiros, our president. She couldn't be here. She asked me to come. She's the first woman to occupy this position, the first female president we have in the bank, after 215 years of history. We have 58 male presidents for us to have our first female president. Tassi, as we call her, is a reference, and she's a symbol of all the power that women have in the business world that is male-dominated historically. She is, as she says herself, she represents many minorities. She's a woman from the northeast of the country, from humble origins, black and LGBT. Therefore, receiving those prizes today have a special meaning to us at Banco do Brasil. It's a recognition of our path, and of course, we know that there's still lots to go down that path and still lots to do. We are attentive, and we've been taking measures to ratify this commitment that we have with diversity. And this is perceived with the fact that we have many directors in the financial market.
We are several women in this scenario with self-declared black women, and we have people from the LGBT group, and we have some of them as part of our board. 2 black people, 2 people LGBTQIA+, and 2 women. We have had several steps taken in this first months of management. On March 2023, we created a consultative council for diversity, equity, and inclusion to assess pending items, to establish the need of advancements, and talk about best practices, suggesting initiatives regarding this area with representatives in the market, civil society, government, and academia. We have established the Executive Committee for People, Equity, and Diversity with the mission to monitor the evolution and dissemination of diversity in the Banco do Brasil. This takes the initiative to several areas through diversity for approaching topics such as gender, generations, LGBTQ and IA+, people with handicaps, different ethnies, and diverging opinions. We have been leveraging this through the bank for shareholders and for the society to identify the bank as a company, as a reference in the diversity scenario. And we are sure that diversity is a pressing matter for all companies because it's part of the strategy and consolidates businesses, contributing to a more mature and fairer society. That's why we want to move ahead by engaging our relationship publics, thus developing social activities, guiding our vendors when it comes to promoting diversity, and developing products for our clients so that they can reach minority groups. At Banco do Brasil, we believe that our strength lies in the diversity of our staff and our customers. Therefore, talking about business within Banco do Brasil is talking about people who share dreams, challenges, and opportunities. We are 125,000 strong at the bank conglomerate. We're a plural company, a diverse company made up of people from all over the country and with a global foothold. And this is quite inspiring. Being awarded this afternoon in the female leadership and women at the board. It's the first time we get two awards at the same day. This is quite a lot. This leads us to the right path and causes us to want to move forward. We have the mission to broaden this agenda by investing in inclusion, people, and equity, because that brings about sustainability and strengthens our business. This is just the beginning of the new moment in Banco do Brasil. I'm sure we're going to follow this challenging mission ahead, and we're going to be a more and more relevant bank in the lives of people, thus contributing to the building of a more diverse, inclusive, and sustainable country. Thank you all, and I wish you all the best.
Emocionante aí o depoimento.
Well, that's quite moving. Now, moving forward, we would like to award female leadership. So I invite Marilene Ramos, Head of Sustainability and Institutional Relationships for the Águas do Brasil Group.
Bom, gente, boa tarde. Eu não preparei discurso.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I have no ready-to-read speech, but I can tell a little bit about what has brought us to this particular moment before the jury. So, as to award us with this, I'd like to thank CEBDS for the initiative. I think that this is extremely important to have this role of highlighting how important diversity is and the female role in business. And as a recipient of such an award, I hope I can become an inspiring leadership for so many girls and women who are starting or continuing their professional lives, and to be able to tell them, all of them, that look, you can get here as well. I have very family-based story. I came from the countryside of Minas Gerais, and I went to Rio de Janeiro to study when I was 17 years old. My family was a farmer family. I'm the seventh daughter of a group of 9 kids. So being able to be here at MASP receiving such a recognition is extremely moving for me. You can imagine how important it is for me. And I believe that the environmental issue and sustainability, I'm a civil engineer by background, and this became very strong because I was really happy in working in an environmental body in Rio de Janeiro, which is the Rivers and Lakes Superintendency, and it doesn't exist nowadays. That was back in the day when Rio 92 took place, and watching all of that debate and so many topics being brought up, even though I came from engineering where environment was in our background, that this was considered something very fragile with not much of a study. So that was a call to action. I had 2 young kids back in the day, and looking at them, I kept thinking, okay, we want to leave a better planet behind. I don't know if that's going to be possible by now, but over the last years that we're talking about, since 92, it's over 30 years now, and I have been working over and over. I have just done a PhD in the environmental area, and I started working in the environmental area. I've been the Secretary of Environment at Rio de Janeiro, and I was the head of INEA, and then the head of IBAMA, and then I went over to BNDES. So I worked in the banking side of business, and in all of these places, I have strived for achieving things with my teams and partners in other areas, and to promote the environmental agenda. Last but not least, I have been working in the Águas do Brasil group for over 2 years now, or about 2 years in fact. And this is a very happy moment in time, which, sanitation was basically the ugly duckling of infrastructure, and that's where Brazil has the largest gap when it comes to providing quality service to the population, a country which in the 21st century is still accounting for 40 million people with no access to water, over 100 million people with no access to sewage, and this sewage is polluting our water reservoirs, our rivers and lakes. It's a privilege to be a part of this process, and within the Águas do Brasil group, we have promoted this agenda, the ESG agenda, because one cannot just say, look, I do sanitation, and as such, I'm doing my share. We can do ESG with a lot more diversity, a lot more inclusion, with better governance, with more transparency, and catering for our working input here, which is basically water. When I saw Isabella Teixeira yesterday at Valor talking about we cannot buy time, we are living a climate crisis that is getting worse and worse by the day. So each of us have to do our share. So within the Águas do Brasil group, since we work with water, we know how important it is regarding the reduction of losses, protection of water sources, and doing circular reuse and using residues or waste and bringing that concept to the fore. At this particular moment, we are experiencing growth and an advancement of investment. And I was at an event the other day where we talked about funding for this sector, which was basically a sector that has a lot of infrastructure being developed in this country. And this is one of the most important sectors with issuance of billions of reais to fund investments that are required to make sanitation universal by 2023, thus reducing the severe losses in water that we have. And I'm very happy to be a part of this, and to be in this position as a business person and to be able to inspire so many other people that are working in this avenue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marina. It's a great pleasure to be here at MASP to receive this award.
Obrigada, Marilene, pelo seu testemunho, né?
Thank you, Marilene, for your story and for telling us about this inspiring journey. Now, on the Women at the Board category, we have the Boticário Group, and I invite Fabiana Freitas, Vice President for Corporate Matters, to receive the award.
Olá.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, being awarded on behalf of Boticário, and I wanted to thank the organizers and congratulate my colleagues who had quite a powerful speech here on stage. And for us, this award is really important because we have an area for sustainability, for social, for environment, and for governance, but more than that, this topic is very near and dear to our strategy in the group, so it's really important for us to be able to understand that this kind of an award, as presented in here today, inspires other women. And in an event such as this one, with such a meaningful approach, it's important to be awarded in here so that other companies and other people can be inspired by this, so they can bring about more female representativity to these higher ranking positions. I'd like to thank you all who are in here to witness the awarding ceremony, and I'd like to thank the head of our ESG committee, Carolina da Costa. And I'd like to say that it's really important for us, and it's part of our target and part of our strategy, to have female representativity, not just in the company and in the positions that we have, because this is a reality in Brazil and outside Brazil, but also to have representativity at the board, at the council of directors, and at the level of the president of the company, so that we can be represented, men and women, and so that we can bring about an important difference to this country. And what is important to hear in here, and this is a collective work, and just the collective force is going to bring about a difference. We need more public and private companies and NGOs that are in here to make the difference, particularly in areas that we need, in environmental and social areas, to be part of this and to be more representative in this area for gender equality and for all of what Brazil needs in representation in this area.
Então, muito obrigada a todas as premiadas, não só as empresas.
Thank you very much to all the recipients of the award and to the companies they represent. Now it's a moment for a collective picture.
A gente está chegando ao final do nosso Congresso Sustentável, mas não dá para deixar de mencionar o quanto foi importante.
So we're reaching the end of our conference, and we cannot go by without mentioning how important it is to award competent and leading women. And we see that, this is a very important moment for them and for all of us. After the moment of the picture and all of this emotion, I'd like to call upon Marina Grossi to officially close the event today. So Marina, please, the stage is all yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I didn't follow the protocol. I want to invite the Brazilian Business Council team, the women, please. Let's have a picture together, the whole team.
É quase o CEBDS inteiro.
It's almost the whole Brazilian Business Council, a lot of women.
No CEBDS a gente tem que fazer uma cota.
We need a male quote for CEBDS as well, because we have 73% women, and in our board, in our administration council, we also have an equality. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone. We really wanted a on-site event with you guys because of the pandemic and everything. So next year we're gonna have this meeting in Belém with lots of things we're planning. I believe it'd be really nice. Sure, it will be intense with good topics, but also dive deep in that reality. Something that is really connected to these prizes and those testimonials that are so inspiring by Marilene, by Tassiana, and all of you. For those who come to leadership, and I see that when I do the visits as a president of the Brazilian Business Council, as a counselor and advisor, the women searching for their places. So this prize in its 6th edition is something that really brings joy to my heart. Something that was discussed here thoroughly is that we can no longer have underrepresented groups. Women, indigenous, those things were brought today. And it's not just moral and ethical, but also this increases instability and the risks. So when we talk about the stakeholder capitalism is good for business. This is good for business. So active listening. We had Wanda here, an indigenous representative. She said, look at our reality. And now with COP in Belém, I guess this is going to be a good exercise and perhaps a case. How can we do that? Respecting the community, listening actively, and meeting that demand. We did that in Rio Plus 20. That was 2018 when I became a president for CEBDS. It was really hard, but it was very gratifying seeing the results a year later in Chapéu Mangueira, Babilônia. So we want to do something like that. Equality and fair transition. We had John Kerry saying there's no time to waste. Climate will kill. So talking about equality and fair transition, this was talked today. And also today we heard, and it was plenty who talked about it, that in 20 years, nature-based solutions will be more efficient than technological solutions. I think that caught everyone's eyes. If we talk about November now, from Dubai to Belém in 2 years, also in November, I believe that it will start in November 10, 2025 in Belém. We're going to have enough time to mature that in the international community. With our partnership that we did and was instituted today with the World Business Council, and Peter, who is the president, was with here today. Also, the World Business Coalition, another entity. I think it would be very interesting having there an international agenda in the private sector. Also, the challenges of Scope 3, Amazony, traceability, scale, sustainable practices, legal security. How can we have this transition in a government that understands it as a transversal agenda, but how can you put that into practice? Everyone needs an action plan. Another conclusion is Brazil can be a key player to be the guardian of the Paris Agreement and lead by example. And I will wrap up with a sentence, I think it was Marilena, but the former minister, Isabella Teixeira, she said, time is not something we can buy. So let's be hands-on. Thank you, everyone, for your presence today.